What's up, Earth Rockers? It's your boy Shovatar, and I'm back again. I'm back again to talk more about Portrait of Ruin. This time, it's going to be a little bit different. This time, I'm going to be playing as Charlotte basically the entire time. There are, I think, maybe a couple spots where I might swap to Jonathan just for the sake of ease, but most of the time, it's going to be Charlotte. And actually, I want to point out the first 20 seconds there. I actually reloaded several times there because I couldn't get the little Among Us guy drawn right. And you might ask, how hard is it to draw a little Among Us guy? Well, it's pretty hard on a trackpad, which is what I was trying to do it with. For some reason, with this footage, I kind of like let the cutscenes all play out too, the way that I did with the Jonathan footage. So maybe this will give me a chance to like comment on things that I missed the first time around. Maybe not. We'll see. Because I think I kind of gave most of my opinions about the story already and like the characters, but Portrait of Ruin is a pretty complicated game, and there's kind of a lot that happens in the first like hour or the first 30 minutes or so in terms of like dialogue and conversation and characterization. So I think I might have some fresh insights. I remember the first time I played the game, I thought Vincent would turn out to be like a bad guy. I don't really know why I thought that. I think it was just like, I just thought it was weird that he was like sitting out here like waiting, and typically, I don't think once I realized he was like the merchant, I was like, okay, I guess he's probably not going to be a bad guy, um, but initially, like if I play a Castlevania game where there's some like mysterious guy who like his role in the story isn't immediately apparent, then I'm like, what is this guy gonna be evil? Is this guy gonna have to like turn into a vampire or like resurrect Dracula at the end or something? But Vincent is just a goofball, fortunately. This is another interesting thing that I didn't talk about, is that um, the character of Charlotte is she's kind of like Maria, where um, the protagonists in Castlevania games, it's usually like, okay, either they're a Belmont, right, or they're a Belnades, like Sypha from Dracula's Curse, or Yoko, of course, from Aria and Dawn of Sorrow. Um, this is such a fucking anime ass moment. Ha 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 ha. I can just envision the scene playing out. uh, in an animated manner. Anyway, and I think there's a character in Castlevania 64 who's like a Fernandez, which is what Belnades is supposed to be. In case you were curious, it's supposed to be Fernandez, but it's the name Fernandez butchered through the limitations of the Japanese language. Um, but then you have like Maria from Rondo, who's just like some chick with like magic powers, and then you have Charlotte here in Portrait of Ruin, who's just like some chick with magic powers, and it doesn't really ever explain like who she is or why she could do this, but she's just a magician. That's just kind of what she is. Unfortunately, I can't swap to Charlotte until the game tells me that I can. So I am going to play the first few seconds here as Jonathan. So sorry for lying to you guys. There we go. Um, so Charlotte kind of sucks in like the first 30 seconds because she doesn't have real weapons. She has this book, which interestingly enough does holy damage, but as you can see, the range is pretty pathetic. And she doesn't have any spells yet, but she'll get her first spell pretty soon. Um, Other than that, though, she actually, I think she can't dive kick, which is becoming a theme now, or like the female spellcaster character for some reason can't dive kick. I don't know why that is. Being a female spellcaster doesn't like automatically mean you have less mobility. I mean, I get it thematically, or like balance wise, but fucking Maria in Symphony of the Night was like triple jumping and shit. Whatever. And of course, Maria in Rondo is way more mobile than Richter in Rondo, but now I'm talking about Rondo. Generally speaking, Charlotte has like, it's like her melee attack is sort of what she'll use on enemies that are like weak or right up in her face, because her melee attack actually does a respectable chunk of damage, although it comes in kind of like, it comes in bursts. And what I mean by that is like it'll do, because she only has 4, 5 different... Well, technically she has 6 different tome spells, but most of them just do, like medium-low elemental damage. The ones that do, like, physical damage are the ones that do the most damage, and she only has 3 of those that she gets at set points in the game. So it's like, her melee attacks will be okay around the time that she gets the new book, but they very quickly fall off in effectiveness. And this is interesting. I actually swapped to Jonathan here because Jonathan can push the statue faster. But then it's right back to Charlotte. So there's her first spell that she always gets, Raging Fire. There's the skeletons. Because she auto-equips whatever the first spell she picks up is, and I forgot that I'd just gotten the skeleton spell, so I was like expecting to have Raging Fire there, but instead I summoned the skeletons. What's cool about Charlotte is that one of the things that I said about Jonathan is that, I think I said this, most of his sub-weapons are kind of like the same thing, where it's like he throws something dangerous and metal in front of him to deal damage to enemies that are farther away than his, like, you know, his whip or his sword might necessarily reach. With Charlotte, I'm going to be doing a lot more menuing and a lot more swapping between spells with her, which is good because there's no mastery system for Charlotte's spells the way there is with Jonathan. With Jonathan, it's like the more you use his sub-weapons, the stronger they get, meaning that, like, they're not all going to be equally effective when you get them all. It's not like when Jonathan gets a new sub-weapon, he immediately gets a new tool you can immediately, like, use. It's like, no, you'd have to use it for a while to get it up to the same level of effectiveness. Not the case with Charlotte. When Charlotte gets a new spell, she can just use it, which is a big improvement in my opinion. I also don't quite understand, I mean, this is another thing, like, they said this in the opening like cutscene conversation between Charlotte and Jonathan and Vincent, where I guess this is like the nebulous area of Castlevania, where in the early Castlevania games, the storyline just kind of goes like, okay, Dracula shows up, and a Belmont from the countryside, or just from like Eastern Europe somewhere, picks up the whip, goes to Dracula's castle and beats him. But with these later games, starting, I guess, with, I guess technically Bloodlines, but I'm gonna put that aside now. I guess starting with, like, Aria of Sorrow, pretty much, they established that there's a global organization, there's the Church, whose job is to, like, constantly be on the lookout for Dracula shenanigans, and then when Dracula shenanigans eventuate, they find people and send them out to go deal with it. Like in Aria of Sorrow, like Yoko and Alucard work for the Church, whatever that is. And here in this game, I guess Vincent was sent out here by the Church, and then I guess Jonathan and Charlotte were also sent out here by the Church because they're professional vampire hunters, I guess. Because I guess if you guys don't know this, the characters, because Jonathan Morris here is, of course, the son of Jonathan Morris from Bloodlines, and the main characters in Bloodlines, I don't remember how they get involved in the whole Dracula story in Bloodlines. The thing is that, like, they both have pretty elaborate backstories, but they're not really elaborated on in-game. So I just want to say something too. This is off topic. So it's the middle of the night right now, because my sleep schedule is a little screwed up. I had to sleep in later than I was expecting. It's about midnight right now, and there's a parking lot outside my window, and I see, like, people congregating around a car and, like, passing stuff between the windows. I think I might be seeing a drug deal right now. Or maybe these are just friends who, like, haven't talked. No, this doesn't look like a drug deal. No, it's, like, right out in the middle of the lot. I think these people just know each other, but it's very strange. Usually on a Sunday night, this parking lot is cleared out by now. Sorry, I just wanted to mention that, because I don't have much to say about, like, I already kind of talked about these early conversations in my Jonathan video. Yeah, because Jonathan Morris is an American, because he's the son of Quincy Morris from... Jonathan Morris from Bloodlines is the son of Quincy Morris from the original Dracula novel, who's an American character, so they had to get Jonathan Morris over here to Europe from America, and they had to get Charlotte from wherever the fuck she's from also over here, so I guess it's like... So the existence of a global Dracula monitoring organization becomes necessary for the Portrait of Ruin storyline. However, in Bloodlines, with the two main characters, Jonathan and Eric. I don't remember how Jonathan gets involved, but Eric Lockhart has like this whole elaborate backstory where it's like his girlfriend got killed by Elizabeth, who's like the evil vampire schemer character from Bloodlines. Um, Very interesting. There's this amazing document. I feel like I should post it somewhere, or you can actually no. You know what? You can actually find it on the Castlevania fandom wiki. It's like this old design document about Castlevania Bloodlines, and it's written by somebody who like doesn't have English as their first language. It's all in English, but it's all like English, but it's being written by someone who does not have English as their first language. So some of the wording is pretty strange, but you can understand it, and it's basically all about like the backstory of Bloodlines and how they envision it fitting into the larger Castlevania timeline, and it's actually really, really interesting. I love seeing like behind the scenes dev stuff like that. And to wrap back around, that document from all the way back in 1993 or whatever actually does mention the idea of a World War II era Castlevania game to follow up the World War I era Castlevania game. So, this game from 2006, Portrait of Ruin, was apparently in the works all the way back in 1993 or 1992 or whatever, which is pretty interesting. Ha 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 ha. Dude, this opening music track is so fucking good. I think I already said that, but like, I just want to say it again, because this like... This is like exactly the kind of energy that all this music should have. I like that she says circumvent. That's pretty cool. So in terms of how Charlotte plays, like baseline, she plays more slowly than Jonathan. But what's so good about the fact that she doesn't have to master her spells is that swapping between her spells is much more rewarding than it is for Jonathan to ever swap between any of his weapons or any of his swap between any of his sub weapons, in my opinion. The only like weapon management I ever really did with Jonathan when I played as Jonathan was swapping between the sword and the whip, because they do different types of damage. And that's pretty much it. I basically used the shuriken the whole time. I think once or twice I used the Bible and then the cross. I changed it up more when I did my hard mode max level 1 run because I had all those sub weapons already mastered at that point, but during the first run, where it was just normal mode, it's almost entirely shuriken. But with Charlotte, her different spells do different kinds of elemental damage. Like right now she has Raging Fire, and I bought the Rock Riot spell, which is pretty good, because it does strike damage. So her default attack with the sword coming out of the book does slash damage, then Raging Fire does fire damage, and then Rock Riot does strike damage. And those three damage types taken together will basically cover everything that I'll need for this first level in the game. And the later spells that I get will also be situationally useful. But I don't really know if I have like a particular... There's like a small arsenal of spells that I mostly end up using, most of which I don't have yet. Raging Fire is really good for now, though. Like, it shreds these death masks, or at least it does if they get fucking hit by them, instead of not doing that. There you go, thank you. Oh yeah, fun fact, the Zakino enemy, if you're playing as Jonathan, he'll attack you, but if you play as Charlotte, he tries to give you a rose, and you just kill him. Fun little detail. Charlotte is most interesting to me when she's taking advantage of her vast arsenal of spells to sort of take advantage of elemental weaknesses, and that's something that I really researched with Portrait of Ruin that I never had before when I played on Dawn of Sorrow or Aria of Sorrow or anything like that. Was like enemies being weak to certain attacking types. And what prompted that was the fact that the enemies in Portrait of Ruin, even on normal mode, are pretty dangerous. The bosses specifically. So I was like, okay, I need to kill this guy faster. Like, because he's so scary. How do I do that? What's he weak to? What can I utilize? And the first boss of the City of Haze is actually what prompted me to buy Rock Riot, because the first boss is weak to, I think, Whip, Strike, and Lightning, and Charlotte does get a Lightning spell later in the game, but that's a lot later in the game. And fun little thing to note here, So you might, yeah. So if you kill zombies with a fire attack, they turn into skeletons, which is why like you see bones kind of falling out of those guys. Normally when they die, they just die, but if you kill them with a fire attack, they turn into a skeleton, and then you have to kill the skeleton, which is pretty cool. This fucking guy, come on. All right, whatever. Yeah, this is what's interesting about Charlotte is that she oh god, come on. Okay, only 3 tries. That's better than usual. She sort of is, she embodies the Sypha archetype, I think, in a way that, that like Yoko from Dawn of Sorrow Julius mode sort of doesn't. And what I mean by that is that in Dracula's Curse, and Dracula's Curse is sort of like the centerpiece of a lot of what goes on in these later games, because Koji Igarashi, the guy who was essentially in charge of the series to a certain extent after like Symphony of the Night, not really with Circle of the Moon, because Circle of the Moon is made by like a whole different team of people, but anyway, he loves Dracula's Curse, and I love Dracula's Curse, and what he loves about Dracula's Curse is one of the things that I love about Dracula's Curse, which is the fact that you have different playable characters with different like capabilities. The difference, and I've already said this in other videos, but I'll bring it up again because it's pertinent. The difference, though, is that the way that Dracula's Curse is designed is just very, very different from the way that these modern Castlevania games are designed, where in Dracula's Curse, swapping between different characters is really rewarding because each of the characters have such limited capabilities, where there are things that you can do with a Grant or Alucard that you just straight up absolutely 100% cannot do with Trevor. And it's not just a matter of like doing something better or doing something faster or like doing more damage. It's like, no, like Alucard can fucking fly. Grant can fucking climb on walls. Sypha can like shoot homing magic at things. Like it's just a very different kind of game. So the dynamic for using different characters in these later games is not really going to be the same as in Dracula's Curse, where in Dracula's Curse, it is really more about swapping between them. It's not necessarily a very good idea to try to beat the whole game with just one of the characters, although I have done it. Whereas in later games, it's kind of like all the characters do the same basic thing, which is kill enemies on the screen. It's not like they have characters like Alucard or Grant who are mostly there for like utility or navigating around the levels, because that's just not how the levels are designed. But if you were to compare Sypha and Trevor in Dracula's Curse, who I think have the closest thing to like a later Castlevania style dynamic, where basically what Sypha and Trevor both do is they both just kill enemies on the screen. Sypha doesn't have any additional movement capabilities in Dracula's Curse. So, damn, that almost hit me. What was I saying? Yeah, okay, so yeah, Charlotte and Jonathan kind of managed to mimic that, like, that Sypha-Trevor dynamic, where Charlotte can do, like, way more damage than Jonathan can under normal circumstances. The only reason that Jonathan does as much damage as he does in my footage is because I gave him the Mastered Shuriken, but without the Mastered Shuriken, Jonathan, like, if Jonathan's just trying to, like, plink away at things with his whip, it can take a long fucking time. But Charlotte, with having access to spells, means that, like, she can just rack up, like, 40 damage on one of those nights if she fully charges the spell. And I should talk about the fully charged thing, too. So, okay, I should also say what's happening here. I really want to explore the square of the map that the knight is in. Okay, good, he's dead. And I was having a little bit of trouble dealing with all the devils in order to accomplish that. So yeah, Charlotte can do like mega damage that that Jonathan can't, especially in the early game when he's not going to have any mastered sub-weapons. Once he has mastered sub-weapons, once he has like the upgraded vampire killer, Charlotte's damage falls off pretty considerably. She has better spells by then, of course, but it's really not. It's not really the same. But for the early game, Charlotte is really good because she can, like, these death mask guys are some of the most dangerous enemy in the city of Haze, and she can deal with them really easily. Enemies in general just kind of take more damage from magic than they do from physical attacks. There's exceptions to that, of course, but generally speaking, that's the case. And it's actually a little bit like it's kind of like Fire Emblem. I don't know if you guys have ever played Fire Emblem. But in the older, I guess I don't know, and I don't know much about the newer games, but in the older games, it was kind of like this dynamic where spellcasters in Fire Emblem games would always do more damage, almost always, because almost every enemy had lower defense than, had lower resistance than they did defense, rather. So it was like, if you ever encountered enemies that like you couldn't kill with your normal units, a spellcaster is always there to do it, and that's kind of what Charlotte's like. That's basically what the Death Mask is there to try to get you to do. Is try to get you to use Charlotte. This guy, on the other hand, I think the intent is to fight him with Jonathan, because part of like fighting this guy is maintaining good distance. And Jonathan, with the whip and with a good sub-weapon, can do a lot of damage from far away, whereas with Charlotte, like, I have to get right up next to this guy if I want to hit him with Rock Riot, which is not really what you want, but fortunately, on normal difficulty at least, the Dullahan is a pretty forgiving boss. He tends to telegraph what he's doing pretty heavily. Yeah, that's another thing that Charlotte does. Charlotte and Jonathan both have, like, little poses they'll do if you hold up for long enough. You might have seen that in my Jonathan footage if you watched it. I don't think I really explained it, but that's what it is. You hold up for long enough, Jonathan does this like little Michael Jackson pose, and then if you do it with Charlotte, she does that right there. Oh shit! Some vampire lady. So did Charlotte go to like a magic school with like are there other like, is the church like training magicians to try to use like magic against vampires, or like does she go to Hogwarts or something, or is this just like is she just like a freak of nature? Like, although Maria's not a freak of nature, the implication that Maria got her powers from some like weird magic experiment that didn't go the way it was supposed to. I think, anyway, I think I'm remembering that correctly. Anyway, doesn't matter. This is one of those things where it's like it doesn't really matter where Charlotte came from. She's just here to have another playable character who plays differently from Jonathan, who has different strengths and different weaknesses. Like I said, who can replicate the whole Sypha Trevor thing. Because Trevor is also... Because Trevor can do more damage than Sypha in Dracula's Curse under certain circumstances. He just has access to certain really powerful tools that Sypha doesn't, like Holy Water, for example. It's like in general combat, Sypha will do more damage, but then like in specific situations, you still want Trevor for certain things. And that's what makes Dracula's Curse so cool, is that no character will render the other character obsolete. And I don't want to say that Jonathan... I mean, the thing is that on normal mode, like, if this was a fresh file on hard mode, I would absolutely be using both characters. But like normal mode and then New Game Plus hard mode, you can kind of get away with just using one or the other. Because in hard mode, in normal mode, like, it's just, the game's just not punishing enough so that like to really not punishing enough to punish you for not necessarily taking advantage of both characters' full potentials. And then in New Game Plus, you just have all of your tools. Like, Charlotte has all of her spells, she has all of her weapons. God damn. And then Jonathan, of course, also has... God damn, come on, man. See, that's okay. That's the thing that enemies do in Portrait of Ruin sometimes that really annoys me, where it's like they're predicting you. You start to jump over them, and then they turn around before you're even, like, above them. I don't know. Maybe that was just a natural thing he did. Maybe he just randomly decided to turn around, and I just sort of interpreted that as a reaction. I don't know. The charging thing, I should explain her spell casting, like, charging thing. So, if all you want to do is just cast a spell, you hit up and B, but if you want to cast a spell and have it do, like, way more damage... then you have to hold it down until it, like, supercharges. And like that right there. And when I say way more damage, I mean, like, way more damage. Like, you'll notice that I think a normal... Okay, so a full charge fire spell will do 52 to those guys. because it's 2 bursts, it's 2 ticks of 26, but earlier I think I used a normal charge and it was 2 ticks of 13, so that's, yeah, literally double damage. It's 52 instead of 26. And if you factor in elemental weaknesses, then those differences can be seriously, seriously dramatic. So you're very much incentivized to charge up spells the whole way, and that is kind of what makes Charlotte vulnerable, is that with Jonathan, if he wants to use a sub-weapon, if it's mastered, like whether it's mastered or not, he just uses it and it just happens, right? Like the mastered shuriken, and this is part of what makes the shuriken so good. God damn, make the fucking jump. There we go. The shuriken just comes out instantly, but with Charlotte, if you want to take full advantage of her capabilities, you have to, she has to commit to a certain location for longer. And that's actually why I didn't use Charlotte at all during my first few playthroughs of this game, because the thing about Sypha in Dracula's Curse is that, well, actually this is kind of a larger point than just about Dracula's Curse. So, Castlevania in general, in the older Castlevania, it has to do with jumping. Because Charlotte can't cast spells while she's jumping. If she wants to cast spells, she has to have her feet on the ground. And in older Castlevania games, like pretty much from Castlevania 1 through, like, all of them, basically, with the exception of Super Castlevania 4, of course. In the older Castlevania games, you had fixed jumping arcs, where, there we go. Yeah, see, that is the kind of thing that Jonathan absolutely cannot do at this point in the game. So that's the kind of power that Charlotte has. Same with, like, killing these guys super fast. Like, Jonathan at this point in the game would have to throw, like, a bunch of shurikens and, like, whip them, like, 3 times. Charlotte just destroys them, so she does what she's supposed to do, which is very good. Jumping, yeah. So in older Castlevania games, you have fixed jumping arcs, and what that means is that when you decide to jump, you are taking a very big risk, because you are trusting that nothing is going to interrupt your jump, nothing is going to hit you while you're jumping, and the destination of your jump is going to be safe by the time your jump finishes. So, like, jumping locks you into this particular course and this particular spot. Like, if you're jumping up and down, then it just locks you into that particular spot. If you're jumping forward, it locks you into that specific fixed arc and the specific destination you're going to hit when you jump. So jumping in the older Castlevania games is generally risky. Starting with with the exception to Super Castlevania 4, and then starting with, like, Symphony of the Night, they gave you full air control, and full air control totally reverses that dynamic, because now, if you want to do something like swing your whip, or cast a spell, or use a sub-weapon, now you can, the fact that you have full air control means that you can, like, move around while you're executing the animation of a whip swing. And what that means is that you basically want to be jumping all the time, because it means that you can minutely control your destination and your position even in the middle of an animation. So you're no longer locked into one specific spot during an animation if you jump. If you jump, you can swerve back, or you can go forward, or you can just stay where you are. It opens up all these options that you don't have if you just whip on the ground. So I had gotten used to, and at this point, you know, I've gone through Circle of the Moon is different, because Circle of the Moon has a different kind of jumping thing. And Harmony of Dissonance is actually also different, but I'd gone through Aria of Sorrow, I'd gone through Dawn of Sorrow. At this point, I was really used to, like, taking advantage of full air control to, like, control my positioning while attacking. So when I got to Charlotte and I realized she couldn't use her spells while jumping, I was like, oh, well, this kind of feels like shit. Ah, great. My favorite attack. I don't think I talked about this, but, like, that tongue attack that he does there is, like, stupid. Because I don't think there's any way I could have dodged that if he has me up against the wall like that. I don't think I really have time to jump onto the platform and then jump over him to avoid that. And I don't even think I could jump over him. I think I would probably clip his body. So that attack that he does there is kind of stupid, and that kind of makes the Behemoth boss not great. But fortunately, it's early game, and he dies pretty fast on New Game Plus, so it's not ever really an issue. But what makes Charlotte's spellcasting work is the fact that you can backdash out of the animation um, pretty generously. So she's not actually as committed as she looks to the position that she starts off at when she starts casting, because you can always backdash out of it. Of course, you need space behind you to backdash into, which is different, but so it's not as freeform as if she could cast while jumping, but whatever. And honestly, it's probably for the best, because trying to hold down B while like moving like the D-pad to control your movements might be a little bit awkward. Actually, well, I don't know, maybe not. But you have to hold down up and B to supercharge the attack. So maybe it's like you don't want to try to like air control and like lose the cast before you mean to. I don't know. This is also a great example, by the way, of stuff that Charlotte is good at that Jonathan isn't, which is dealing with the Frozen Shades icicle attack. On normal mode, it's not really a big deal, but on hard mode, the icicles come out super fast, and there's like 5 of them, so it's really hard to dodge them. But with Charlotte, if you kind of like queue up a Raging Fire spell as soon as you see one of those bitches, then it will destroy all of the icicles and you won't get hit by them. Same also with that Invisible Man back there. The Invisible Man, if you're just playing as Jonathan, can actually be tough to kill because he has relatively a lot of HP. If you don't have a Mastered Shuriken by that point, or if you're not totally ready for him, then he can fuck you up pretty badly. But Raging Fire, one fully charged Raging Fire, as you can see, takes care of him. This place reminds me of Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Like a dungeon full of torture implements. Do people even like know about Amnesia anymore? Do people like talk about that anymore? I don't know. It was all the rage when I was an avid consumer of Let's Play YouTube videos. Oh, this is funny. I think I was checking to see how much time I was at, because like usually, I'll stop recording after about like an hour or maybe like 45 minutes, depending on the game, and that's actually for the sake of these commentaries, because what I'll do is I'll divide a run up into 5 or 6 different, or like 4 or 5 or 2 different clips, and then commentate like one clip at a time. So each clip is like an hour long or 45 minutes long. And I do that because I can't talk for longer than like, an hour at a time. My voice just isn't built for that. This part, you know what this part reminds me of actually? It reminds me of the Aqueduct of Dragons from Harmony of Dissonance. Like mermen coming at you in like sewers. Of course, these mermen are much less dangerous than the mermen in Harmony of Dissonance. The mermen in Harmony of Dissonance are actually kind of fucking scary. Because they can hit you for like a third of your health. Of course, if this was hard mode on a fresh file, those guys would probably hit you for a third of your health too, because fucking everything hits you for a third of your health. On hard mode, new game, on hard mode, fresh file. Which I think I kind of already talked about. I guess I'll just quickly reiterate this. The reason I'm playing on normal mode and not on hard mode is because hard mode on a fresh file is like really fucking difficult. It's a level of difficulty that exceeds what I personally find fun. I think the 2 most fun ways to play this game are normal mode on a fresh file, and then hard mode, max level 1 on New Game Plus, with all like the tools you want, all the items you want. And so the reason I was standing there charging up that Raging Fire is because there's a funny thing that I managed to do exactly once, which was I managed to kill one of those slimes while it was on the breakable part of the pipe, and it like spazzed out. I don't really remember what it did, but it shook around or like glitched out or something, and it was really funny looking. And I was trying to like do that again, but if you are at a certain angle relative to the slimes, they'll just like jump on you. So I don't really know how I did that the one time that I did do it. This is reminding me of the first run of this game that I ever fully recorded, which you guys are never going to see, because it was hard mode on a fresh file, but it was like 7 hours long because I was just playing super cautiously and I was constantly like running back to save stations and like restocking on potions between like every level. It was just terrible. And also I like didn't understand the game that well, so I was making a lot of mistakes that I shouldn't have been making. Um, but when I got into that room back there with the Invisible Man and the bandana with the Iron Maiden in the background, it's funny because like at that point, as in the case with all these pieces of footage, actually, I'd been kind of like underutilizing my item crashes, or no, not item crashes, dual crushes, which is like the super attack where Charlotte and Jonathan do something together. If you'll notice that sometimes my mana bar is glowing, and then when it gets, or like flashing, and then when it gets too low, it stops doing that. That flashing indicates that I have enough mana to use whatever my current dual crush is. So I went into that room with the Invisible Man, and I tried to use a dual crush to kill him, but it only did like 35 damage, and then he ran up to me, and he fucking kicked me out of the room. I took like 80 damage because it was hard mode. It was really fucking funny. I like this scene. This scene reminds me of Harmony of Dissonance in a good way, but it's like more interesting. This brings up an interesting point about the timeline of the events of the game, because... Well, speaking of timelines, first of all, I think I pointed this out in my other video, but I'll say it again. Death says I've been dormant for far too long, but if you consider this to be a direct sequel to Bloodlines, he's only been asleep for about 30 years, give or take, which is not that much. But to talk about timelines more generally, well, actually, maybe I'll wait to talk about that. Yeah, I'll leave it alone for now. I guess I said in my last video that none of the characters in the storyline are useless, but now that I'm thinking about it, Charlotte's there to let you get into the paintings pretty much. I mean, I wouldn't want her not to be in the game, right? She's pretty important. She's there so Jonathan has someone to talk to, and so that there's elements of the storyline and elements of what's going on can be explained. And she's got a great rack. Can you say that shit anymore on YouTube, or am I gonna get like in trouble? Oh, that's fun. Yeah, because that's a funny little quirk right there. Where the way that I'm playing the game, I guess I haven't talked about this at all because I've like forgotten about it. So this is a Nintendo DS game, but recording both screens at the same time to fit into YouTube's 16:9 aspect ratio is not really feasible. You'd either, like, basically half the screen would be useless and not interesting at any given point in time. So I set up the emulator so that it's only displaying one screen at a time, and most of the time it's going to be displaying the screen where the gameplay is actually happening. But the other screen is a map screen, which I think is the best use of the second screen that you could think of in the context of Castlevania gameplay. So whenever I need to look at the map, I'll push a button that will swap the emulator's display to the other screen, which is the map screen. But the thing about that is that, unlike in Symphony of the Night, because in Symphony of the Night, swapping to the map screen pauses the game, but in this, all I'm doing is just swapping the screen that the emulator is displaying, so the action is actually continuing in the other screen. And there, I forgot that was the case, and I swapped to the map screen to check it, and then by the time I swapped back, one of the maids was almost hitting me with the vacuum. So that happens a couple times. This boss, I think I already talked some shit about this boss, but I'll talk some more shit, because this boss is really not fun. I think the idea here... So here's how this boss works generally. You hit the cauldron 5 or 6 times, he pops his head out, you hit him a couple times, he goes back down, repeat. The problem is that red ball that he shoots out of his mouth, if you hit that ball, it will turn into a bunch of smaller projectiles that do a lot of damage because this is a Castlevania Portrait of Ruin boss. And even on normal mode, the bosses do a pretty good chunk of damage. So, excuse me, the consequence of that is that you can only really do a small amount of damage to him at a time. Like, that's, what, 55, 44, or 55 damage per cycle? This guy has 666 HP, so it would take 10 cycles if I was doing 66 damage, and I'm sometimes only doing 33. So my point is that it's very boring, because it's a lot of the same, doing the same thing over and over again. Now, that being said, something about Portrait of Ruin that's interesting that I don't think I've had occasion to mention until now is that Portrait of Ruin is actually the first Castlevania game that supports local multiplayer. I don't quite know how this works, but there's some way to connect two different Nintendo DS systems and make it so that, like, one person is playing as Charlotte and then one person is playing as Jonathan. So this is a boss I think that would actually be really good to fight with multiplayer, because then what I could be doing, or what you could be doing, is you could have one person standing over on the left playing as Jonathan and hitting the cauldron from the left to make him come out and face to the left like he's doing there, because that's what determines which way he faces is which direction the last hit on the cauldron came from. And then you could have Charlotte over on the right, standing up on that ledge, ready to hit him with Raging Fire, because he's weak to fire, ice, and electric, which is why I'm using this Fire Tome to hit him. I'd be doing even less damage if I was using the Charlotte's regular spell. But what I have to do instead, because I only have one person, is I have to try to I just have to hope that the last rock from Rock Riot that hits the cauldron hits him on the left instead of the right, and then try to, like, plink away at him for, like, 44 or 33 damage at a time. Whereas if I was hitting him with Raging Fire, I don't know how much damage Raging Fire would be doing, but I'm sure it would be doing a lot more damage than her book, Don Quixote. That's what the book is. Yeah, this has been going on for a long time. I think this boss should probably have about half the health that it currently has. I mean, okay, if I really, really wanted to... No, actually, that wouldn't work. Like, if I wanted to pause... I could pause and put on Raging Fire every time, but, like, I don't know. I don't really like menuing. I like the fact that Charlotte has different... that Charlotte's different spells have different applications, and that, like, you actually... you're incentivized to make use of them more than you are with Jonathan's different sub-weapons. But the consequence of that is that there's a lot more menuing with Charlotte, where you have to, like... you have to, like, pause and, like, swap her stuff around a lot, which isn't very fun to do, but oh well. Also, fun note about Rock Riot here. When I first played Charlotte, I didn't actually have this, because you have to buy this from Vincent. And it's a very interesting thing where, similarly, when I first played this game on Jonathan, I didn't buy anything from Vincent either, so I was left without the Shuriken, which is, in my opinion, Jonathan's absolute best tool and his best sub-weapon. So the Shuriken is 1,000 gold from Vincent, and then Rock Riot is 1,000 gold from Vincent. And while Rock Riot is not as impactful as the Shuriken, they're both, like, really good. So I would advise, when you play this game, you should have about, like, 980 gold left after you buy the potion and the map for Wynn's first quest. I would say sell the short sword that you find in the entrance, and then spend the 1,000 gold you have left on either the Shuriken or on Rock Riot. I would say for general usage, definitely get the Shuriken, and then get that shit mastered as quickly as possible. But if you want to just do, like, a Charlotte-only run like this, then get Rock Riot, because that's really good against the Dualahan, and it has some nice applications, like I sort of briefly demonstrated back there, where it will hit things that are, like, above you. The rocks literally come down from the top of the screen and hit whatever is in front of you and above you. It doesn't matter if they're on a higher platform, the rocks will just be there. The quest system. I talked a little bit about the quest system in my last video, so I'm not going to harp on it too much. I basically think it's a bad idea. I don't like having to constantly go back to talk to Wind to get, like, whatever from the quests that I'm doing. You have to engage with the quest system because you need to do a quest in order to get access to the 9th painting, the Nest of Evil, so that's why I can't just ignore it, which is what I would be doing otherwise. Where am I going? This is interesting. Oh, I think I'm deciding what to do here. So I have two options. Either I go down that door to the right down there, and I go to the Sandy Grave, which is the second painting, or I go to another part of the castle to get Charlotte's second weapon upgrade, the Tome of Arms 2, which is important because the boss of the Sandy Grave is a boss that I'm going to be fighting mostly with Charlotte's melee weapon. But I decide to say fuck it and just do the Sandy Grave as long as I'm here. That's probably fine. It doesn't make a difference because this is another place where Rock Riot comes in handy. There's basically two ways Charlotte can fight the boss of this level, and you want Charlotte to fight the boss for reasons I'll get to when I get to the boss. There's two ways to do it. You can either fight the boss with, because the boss is resistant to all of Charlotte's magic types, but it's weak to like a physical stuff like strike and slash and whip. But you don't necessarily want to fight her with Jonathan because she has an attack that will mind control Jonathan. I guess I am getting to it right now. I said I was going to get to it later. I guess I'm getting to it now. She has an attack that will mind control Jonathan if it hits him, which you really don't want, but will do absolutely nothing to Charlotte. So you want to try to fight her with Charlotte, but Charlotte only has a couple tools really to hit her for any damage. Either Charlotte attacks her with her melee weapon, or she uses Rock Riot. So I think there I was trying to decide between, do I go get the melee weapon or do I just fight her with Rock Riot? I decided I was just going to fight her with Rock Riot, because I really don't like... Like, I'm right there. I'm right next to the fucking painting. I might as well just get it done, right? And plus, she has this fire book, which is really, really important for the Sandy Grave. The Sandy Grave on hard mode is like... You basically need to clear the Sandy Grave with Charlotte on hard mode, if it's a fresh file, because... these ghosts, where are they? Some ghosts are going to spawn, and they're not bad on normal mode, but on hard mode they're fucking insane, because they move super fast, and they hit you for a ton of damage, because it's hard mode, and you need to kill them basically as soon as they appear on the screen. And Charlotte with the Fire Book is really the only way you can do that if it's not New Game Plus. If it is New Game Plus, Jonathan has plenty of tools, but they take super reduced physical damage from like any physical attacks, so Jonathan can't really kill them. He can't really kill them on normal mode without a Mastered Shuriken, and he can't really kill them on hard mode at all if it's a fresh file. Charlotte, on the other hand, deals with it no problem, and that's kind of the point of the Sandy Grave, is between that and the boss that mind controls Jonathan. The point of the Sandy Grave is to get you to use Charlotte. More aggressively than the death masks in the City of Haze do. Sorry about that, I think I bumped my microphone. Oh shit. It's the guy. There's two kinds of vampires. There's Dracula vampires with the Widow's Peak, and then there's bald Nosferatu vampires. And then there's hot lady vampires. So I guess there's three kinds of vampires. I like Bronner's outfit. I like the way that the character design in Portrait of Ruin is really good. I don't really have an issue with the way anybody looks. I don't know if I'm a big fan of Loretta's outfit. I don't really like the thing on her head, the whatever you call that. Everything still looks great though. Charlotte also looks great. I guess I'll talk about this now. You know, there were lots of little details to Yoko's character, her like sprite in Dawn of Sorrow that I thought were pretty funny. Charlotte also has lots of little details that are funny, like when she slides on the ground, like her skirt rides up and you can see her thighs. Same when she like stands up from crouching, it's the same thing. And then of course her like little pose, if you hold up for a long time, is frankly a little bit out of character for her. Although, I don't know, she reacted positively to the one physical compliment she got, so maybe it's not. If you didn't see it, or you didn't notice it, basically if you hold up for long enough, she'll turn towards the camera and put her arms over her head and say, "Not bad, huh?" And it's like, okay. No, I guess not. Which is weird because she's a bookish intellectual otherwise, but whatever. I don't really have a strong opinion either way. I don't really care. It's just something that I wanted to mention because something that I had read before about Castlevania games is that apparently there was some sort of like, I guess this is a larger point of controversy in general. Like, like women in video games and like the portrayal of women in video games. I don't know. I don't get like too worked up about this either way, to be honest with you. Because like, I don't know, I mean, I'm trying to like choose my words very carefully here because I don't want to say something that's gonna like. And this is kind of it's ridiculous for me to even care because only 50 people are ever even gonna watch this video, and of those people, only 5 of them are ever even gonna get this far into it. But like, I mean, I don't know. Don't female players like want to play like sexy characters? I don't know. I guess it depends on the person, right? I shouldn't make generalizations like that, like all female players want the same thing. I just care if a game is fun, you know what I mean? And if a character's like design looks good, and like the character's design being good or bad isn't contingent on the character themselves being physically attractive, in my opinion. I don't know, like all the dudes in Castlevania are like Bishonen pretty boys, so I don't think it's unfair for the women to also all be really hot, you know what I mean? So the reason I cast a third rock riot there is because sometimes those guys like they'll collapse into the sand and then they'll come back up again, and I just wasn't sure if that guy was dead or not. Fuck, I feel like I shouldn't have like brought up this. So the reason I brought this up is because I read something once about like people having problems with the way that Koji Igarashi writes female characters in Castlevania games. Where it's like, if you look at Harmony of Dissonance or Aria of Sorrow, what do the female characters in those games do? Well, in Harmony of Dissonance, the one female character basically just gets kidnapped and sits at the top of the castle the whole game, which you might think sounds like par for the course, but, Maria in Symphony of the Night was relatively proactive. Maria in Rondo, of course, is like the most overpowered thing in any Castlevania game ever, and she's like the best character in the whole series. Sypha is out doing things in Dracula's Curse. And then in Aria of Sorrow, Yoko gets stabbed, and then Soma's like girlfriend mostly just sits at the front of the castle, taking up space and gathering dust, which is what most characters in Aria of Sorrow do. So I think, and then with Dawn of Sorrow, also Yoko is characterized in a way that's kind of like not particularly flattering. She's very like histrionic and emotional, and she needs to have male psychology explained to her by Soma Cruz, a character who's like half her age, or like probably not half her age, because you know how the Japanese are. Every character in Japanese video games is like 16, and then if they're old, they're like 25, and then if they're really old, they're like 30. That's how it always is. So she's probably in like her 20s, but it's still kind of like a weird moment where Soma has to like lecture her about like not understanding. I don't know. Like, the way Yoko is characterized in Dawn of Sorrow is not great. Of course, she's playable in Dawn of Sorrow's Julius mode, so it's not like she doesn't do anything the whole game. But I'm only bringing this concept up in a large scale because like Charlotte is probably the most like characterized female character in the series since I guess Maria from Symphony. And I haven't played this N64 games, so maybe there's like ladies in those games that are more like the talk. But Maria in Symphony of the Night is kind of like, I don't know. Excuse me. Maria in Rondo is kind of like she's a magical girl, but she's basically like a a Maho shoujo protagonist who just gets airdropped into this gothic horror game, which is why she's so funny in Rondo. And then in Symphony of the Night, she's there, but she never seems... And this might just be a consequence of the way that the English version of the game is voice acted. She never seems like she's that worried about what's going on in Symphony of the Night. Where it's like she doesn't really seem that threatened by Dracula's castle. She's worried about Richter, and she's upset about Richter, but that's about it. And she mostly just says, "Oh, Alucard, I'll stay here and won't do anything. You go fight Dracula." She goes, "Okay, Maria, that's what I will do." And that's sort of like that's their dynamic in Symphony of the Night. It's not super like... but Charlotte has like much more of a personality. She actually says things. She also doesn't ever seem super concerned by what's going on, but neither does Jonathan really. Jonathan is mostly just mad, and then she's mostly just kind of like sort of academically interested in the things that are going on in Dracula's castle, which is fine. You know, I don't need people to be like moping and pissing and crying 24/7, which no Castlevania protagonist really does that. At least none of the ones that I've seen so far. What fucking point was I making? Something about women in Castlevania. I guess I am also... I guess I was sort of bothered by Yoko's characterization in Dawn of Sorrow, and I prefer Charlotte and I prefer Maria. It takes a lot to get me to not be annoyed when characters talk, and I don't want to sound like I'm categorically opposed to like storyline and dialogue in video games, but it's something that I think it's like a little bit goes a long way. So the fact that I'm not annoyed by Charlotte and Jonathan's conversations should, I think, be a testament to the efficacy of their writing and how well they like play off each other. Okay, so here's the boss I was talking about. Speaking of women in video games. She's called Astarte, which I think is a Sumerian name, but she's obviously supposed to be Cleopatra. Another fun fact about this room that I don't think I got a chance to mention in my Jonathan video is the birds in the background there are wearing little hats, and that really reminds me of Phase 3 of Dracula from Dracula's Curse, where Dracula turns into a big bird with a funny little hat on. So it's a fun little visual callback. That might be some other like weird occult Western thing that I don't know about. I know Egyptian pharaohs wore like funny hats, but I don't think those are pharaoh hats. I think that's supposed to be a visual callback to Dracula's Curse, or at least I hope it is, because I always really liked that about Dracula's Curse, the fact that Dracula turns into a big goofy chicken. Because it's like so weird, it's so different from whatever Dracula has done before. So this boss is mostly not difficult. It's just kind of like it's harder for me than it should be because I'm having to close distance and use Rock Riot over and over again. I think what the game intends for you to do is to fight her mostly with Jonathan, but then whenever she winds up the temptation attack, which is that one there, quick swap to Charlotte to tank it so that way Jonathan doesn't get mind controlled. But because that way you can just like keep distance from her and hit her with the whip over and over again until you don't have to anymore. But the way that I'm playing it with just Charlotte, I have to close distance a lot and then re-establish distance, which like I mentioned earlier, is what makes being able to backdash out of spellcasting so important, because I can just always, if I ever decide that I'm too close to her, or if she's ever about to like wind up an attack, then I can always just get out of the way. That's so weird, because the rocks do strike damage, and the ghosts are taking like full damage from it. Are the ghosts like only resistant to whip and slash? Why would they only be resistant to whip and slash but not? Or is it because it's magic? Does that like give it an added property that's like separate from its attacking type? I don't know. See, there are still things about this game that I just don't know. I know the bone pillars take reduced damage from, and I'm desperately trying to get that last square of the map up there, because Portrait of Ruin incentivizes map completion. If you want to get the 9th painting, not only do you have to engage with the quest system, but you also need a certain percentage of map completion. And completing the map on filling out the map in these smaller maps is worth more because it's just checking for a flat overall percentage, and because these maps are smaller than the Dracula's Castle map, and each individual square of map coverage in these smaller maps will be worth more percentage than a square in Dracula's Castle. And those shoes that I picked up earlier, the Royal Sandals, are, I'm pretty sure, the only shoes I'm going to be wearing on Charlotte until like the second half of the game, because they're the only shoes that buff her int. Or they buff it by the most. And I left some squares of the map back there unexplored. There's a particular room back there that I didn't fill out, and that's actually to come back to fuck me later. It's going to mean that I'm going to have to do like a little extra exploration towards the end game, which I don't remember how exactly that goes, but I'll notice it when it happens, I'm sure, because I'm going to be like slightly off the percentage I need to unlock the ninth painting. And oh yeah, that's funny. That's what happens if Charlotte gets vacuumed by the maids. It pulls her skirt up. Isn't that funny? Ha 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 ha. Funny Japanese humor. Anyway, now we're at the point where it's a part of the game that's kind of not super interesting. It's the transition between here's that rock riot thing I was talking about, by the way, where the rocks are actually falling down and hitting whatever's above you, and then hitting whatever the rocks fall down and hit. Sorry, I think I bumped my microphone. This is just kind of a long trek through the castle between the Sandy Grave and the Nation of Fools. No bosses, not really much interesting going on. So I want to go back to like what I was talking about before with like, and I'm just gonna like rip the Band-Aid off and just go as fast as just be as thorough as I can with this. So like I mentioned the whole like women in video games thing, right? And like the way female characters are written in video games generally. I'm what you might call a meat and potatoes man. Meat and potatoes man, rather. That doesn't mean that I look like Mr. Potato Head. It means that I care if a game is good. You know what I mean? If a game is good, it's good. If a character is well written, it's well written. If a character has a good like character design, if they look cool, if they look appealing, then they look appealing. That's kind of where that begins and ends with me, because I mean, I've heard a lot about, like, I mean, I was around when Gamergate happened, right? I mean, I was there. Like, I saw the threads, I watched the fucking Encyclopedia Dramatica page get updated. I saw how it, like, all escalated and went totally out of control and ended up sort of shaping internet discourse for, like, to this day, pretty much, right? And I think what really struck me about a lot of what people were talking about as relates to that is like, it's like I'll hear feminist critiques of games, and like some of them make sense to me, and then some of them don't. And it's not like, I think what bothers me about it is the idea of opinions about video games having like an ideological component, where it's like, whether you like a game or don't like a game, or whether you like something within a game or don't like something within a game, became a matter of political allegiance rather than, like, taste. I think that's kind of what bothers me about sort of, like... And I'm not saying all conversations and all rhetoric about video games are like this, like, after Gamergate, because there's plenty of normal conversations going on. People are still talking about games as games, but I think that's the thing about, like, Gamergate-style discourse about video games that really kind of, is like, disturbing to me. Kind of, where it's like, games are games. Do you know what I mean? And that doesn't mean that they're meaningless. That doesn't mean that they can't have, like, political components to them, and they can certainly be about politics. Like, the thing people always say is, like, keep politics out of my video games. And then the response to that is always, well, you know, like, what about BioShock? right? What about like Fallout? What about, you know, those are games that have politics in them, you know. BioShock's all about fucking objectivism, right? And it's because when people say keep politics out of video games, that's not what they mean. They don't mean don't have political themes in video games. They don't have like political ideas in video games. What they mean is don't create a video game as a political statement in general. And again, like, what about BioShock? Like, BioShock is not being very flattering about Ayn Rand and about that philosophy, right? So like BioShock is kind of like, but BioShock is also just an interesting story and an interesting setting. So I think what people really mean when they say keep politics out of video games is keep like pop politics out of my video games, and don't make them feel like preachy or blunt or obvious. I think, and that's the most, because I'm not, like I said, I was there. I'm not stupid. I know that a lot of the people who are involved in Gamergate shit are doing it for... Well, plenty of the people who say keep politics out of my video games are just as politically motivated as the people they're criticizing. I totally get that. I'm not naive. I'm just saying that, like, that I sympathize with that position, and that I don't like the idea of video games becoming politicized. I don't like the idea of... I think in my ideal world, when somebody makes a video game, it's because they have like a really cool idea. And when they write a story, they just want to write a good story. You know what I mean? They don't want to write a story like that's gonna, you know, that's gonna take down Trump or whatever. And you know, I mean, it's their games. You know what I mean? People can make whatever kind of game they want to make, and the free market will decide how that's received. And like, the thing about video games these days is that like every video game that gets hyped just makes money. I think I said before that I feel like I live in like 2 alternate dimensions. I think I've said this exact thing before, but I'll just say it again. Every time a new AAA game comes out, it's like the game comes out, people make video montages of all the things about the game that are terrible and that don't work. Everyone says that it sucks. It makes record-breaking sales, and then 6 months go by, and suddenly everyone's playing the game that 6 months ago they were saying was shit and unplayable. And like, this is a cycle that I just keep seeing over and over again. So, and that has nothing to do with like, feminism. Do you know what I mean? It has nothing to do with like cultural Marxism or whatever. That's such like stupid meme criticisms that people make. That's like I said, ideological, turning video game preferences into an ideological position. I think it's a fucking ridiculous thing to do. And it really bothers me, because art is something that's important to me, and art is made by humans. Humans can be political, humans can have political opinions, but I feel like people should be able to have conversations about video games without having to take on like political, ideological positions. That's really kind of what... And again, I don't want to make it sound like this is what all conversations about video games are like now, but there's a good percentage of them that are kind of like this. So, I mean, you know, what do I think about like critiques of how women are written in video games? Like, a boring character is a boring character. If a character doesn't have anything interesting to say, then that's boring, or the character is male or female. But it's also sort of like, I've said many times on this channel, I'm a gameplay guy, right? And how a character is written Like, has nothing to do with the gameplay. Do you know what I mean? Let me put it like this. Charlotte and Jonathan could not speak a single word the entire game, and it wouldn't be any less fun. Would something perhaps be lost? You know, because I think that the storyline of I think the storyline of Portrait of Ruin is actually okay. So something would be lost, but would it make a difference in like the actual gameplay? Trevor Belmont never says a fucking word, and Dracula's Curse is one of the best games I've ever played. So I feel like I'm just not qualified to evaluate these criticisms. I mean, on a more concrete note, I mean, because the feminist critique, and I don't really even know if this is feminist. This just seems kind of like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's like Twitter weirdness. It's people when people complain about like fighting game characters having over sexualized outfits. It's like, who cares? Like, I don't know. Are people see like Ivy and Taki from Soul Calibur and they get all like fucking bent out of shape? I guess somebody does. Somebody out there somewhere is bothered by it, but that stuff just seems kind of silly to me. I don't know. I've diverged very far from the topic of Castlevania Portrait of Ruin, but this is an interesting thing because I've never really like sat down and kind of like parsed out my opinion on this general topic because the topic is so like volatile and it's so like people get so like mad about like politics or what they call the culture war. I think that's what I'm kind of getting at. And I think I just don't want to like think about it. I'm just tired of it. Cuz like I said, I was there when Gamergate started and I saw how the way people talk about things changed and I didn't like it. I don't like the fact that you can't go to like, you know, video game message boards anymore without seeing like fucking alt-right agitators. It's very, very upsetting. And it's the kind of thing that I have to like or like seeing like dumbass clickbait articles about people on Twitter complaining about like whatever like stupid shit. You know what I mean? Like, it just makes me think that modern games must just not be that interesting if the only things people can talk about it are like how they relate to their political opinions. So that's why I almost like don't even want to talk about it anymore because I don't want to devote any more energy to it. I want to just pretend. I want to pretend that everything is the way that it was, the way that it used to be before certain people saw video games and people who play video games as an opportunity to co-opt a certain demographic and recruit them to a certain ideology. I think that's why, like, I don't know. There's this thing that I say a lot, and I don't mean it entirely. And I'm not totally joking when I say it. Or I say like no game made after 2010 is worth playing. Like obviously this is coming from a guy who I've only really ever played one game that was been made after 2010, and that was BioShock Infinite, and that game wasn't very good. But I don't know. I think I've said this before too, where it's like people who like whine all the time about modern video games, like, oh, it's too woke, it's too like, you know, whatever. It's like You know what, man? Like, we have 40 fucking years of video game history to go back to. Like, if it really bothers you that much that the latest, like, fucking gray, samey, third-person shooter RPG element movie game is, like, too woke for you, it's like, who fucking cares? Play a real game. You know what I mean? Like, why are you, like, serving as a foot soldier in the armada of negativity that now swirls like a maelstrom around video game discourse? Like, why are you adding to the problem? Who cares about The Last of Us 2? Like, who fucking gives a shit? Nobody. I mean, people do. I mean, I don't know. Like, Last of Us 2 might be a good game. I don't know. I've never played it, but it's like... That's just... It's people who are obviously not the target audience for that kind of game, and then they spend their time complaining about it. And they don't complain about it in terms that are, like, reasonable. They complain about it in terms of, like... I have read a political statement into this game that I disagree with. And I'm now going to give this game free publicity by posting about it literally all the fucking time. On every digital platform that I possibly can. Because I've deluded myself into thinking that if I make enough unhinged, paranoid complaints on the internet, then I'll somehow defeat my cultural opponents. I just need to make more posts. I just need to say more dumb shit on 4chan. And then, magically, everybody in the video game industry that I don't like will somehow be out of a job, if I just keep advertising their games for them for free. Let's see how it works. Let's see. Any day now, right? You just need to make the right argument. You just need to make the right bait thread that hits bump limit. And then everybody you hate will be defeated. This has gotten very, like, sullen. I'm sorry. I don't know, like, what got into me there. I just... You know, it's cause I don't really have much to say about the Nation of Fools. I don't really like the Nation of Fools, so I think I'm, like, channeling my negative feelings towards the Nation of Fools into this into this little diatribe about modern communication around video games, and how it's been sort of, like... how it's not what it used to be. And I wish people would devote more of their energy to criticizing games based on the games themselves, like how the games play and the game's, like, intricate systems. Like, I have, like, when I talked about shit about Dawn of Sorrow, I talked, like, miles of shit about Dawn of Sorrow, but, like, oh, that's an interesting little thing there. So you can actually enter the painting that leaves the Nation of Fools up on that higher platform, and I don't know why exactly that is. It must be because the game must only check to see if you're on the same, like, longitudinal line as the entrance to the painting when it sees if you can enter it or not. Because I don't think there's any other paintings in the game that have, like, platforms directly above them like that, so I can't... Excuse me, I can't check to see if that's a consistent thing. So what I'm doing here is something that I did, like, every time I got to this part of the game, which is trying to figure out an efficient route through this part of the castle, which I never really figured out how to do. This is kind of a complicating factor that Wind and his quests provide, because I think what I was trying to do when I was coming up with routes through this part of the castle was figure out, like, can I turn one of these trips through the castle into, like, a trip back towards the wind to turn in the quest. Yeah, there's the thing again where I was staring at the map and the fucking Lilith snuck up on me. I actually don't even know what like route I decided on taking. I think I'm gonna go down. Come on, man. That's so frustrating. That's like that happens to me a lot in Portrait of Ruin. Not a lot, but it happens like several times in this in these runs where like enemies just get on top of me, and I feel like I can't like get away from them. The hunchbacks do that shit. The hunchbacks in this game are like, well, they're not. I mean, well, I guess they're Symphony of the Night style hunchbacks is what they are. They're Rondo style hunchbacks. I'm not gonna say, because the thing is that when you see hunchbacks, you might think like unpredictable movement, right? But the thing is that the hunchbacks in Castlevania 1 actually did have predictable movement. Same with the hunchbacks in Castlevania 3 to a certain extent. But the hunchbacks, ever since like Symphony of the Night and Rondo, they just kind of like spaz out. They don't really seem to follow any rhyme or reason that I can determine. I often suspect they must be doing something, like reacting to you somehow, because it seems like they're very good at not like running into your attacks. Like if you just stand still and swing over and over again, they usually don't jump into you. But sorry about that. I'm moving my microphone around again. But sometimes they do. Anyway, I'm sorry for getting all political back there, but I'm gonna try to focus back in on the game. It's just something that that I wish I didn't have to care about. It's something that I'm just kind of sick of, and that I'm sick of thinking about. But it does still get an emotional rise out of me, which is why I'm compelled to talk about it. I guess it is a little bit impractical for Charlotte to be running around in heels. Same with Yoko. But whatever. Castlevania outfits are not really... Practicality is not really one of their defining features. Yeah, so as you can see, now that Charlotte has Tome of Arms 2, her melee damage is actually not bad. Like, I think that's... I don't know how many whip swings it would take to kill one of those things, but the whip, in many situations, I think at this point in the game, the Tome of Arms 2 is stronger than maybe the... It's definitely stronger than the leather whip. I don't know if it's stronger than the steel whip or not, because the thing about the whip is that the balancing factor for the whip is always like you have to balance the damage around the fact that it has such a long range. So the consequence of that's why Jonathan's whip damage is kind of not good, and that's why you have to rely on his sub-weapon so much, is because the whip has a really long range, and the only way to make that balanced is by giving it lower damage. In a game like this, of course. Okay, I'm gonna have to mute that. I had to like adjust my microphone again. In a game like Castlevania 3, of course, or like Castlevania Bloodlines, then the whip does a ton of damage just fine, but those are different kinds of games. Yeah, and I had to swap to Jonathan back there to get those quests out of the way. I hope that doesn't upset you guys too much. The fact that that I'm not literally playing as Charlotte 100% of the time. That could be interesting, like seeing how far you can get, or like, but all that would, the practical consequence of not doing those quests on Jonathan would just be I would have to do more like dumb quests later to unlock the Nest of Evil. I'm like slurring my words. I don't know what's going on with me today. These fucking guys, those boomerang skeletons on hard mode are like, they're seriously a problem because they will throw their shit at you from like way far off the screen, and on hard mode everything does 1,000,000 damage, so they actually hit you really hard. And it's frustrating to like this spot right here where like this dog is coming at you, and like there's a dude on the stairs, and there's like a skeleton boomerang above you. This is like one of the fucking worst parts of the whole game on hard mode, because the game is asking you to like rub your belly and pat your head at the same time. Like you have to worry about the skeleton throwing boomerangs at you, and you have to worry about the dog. And if the dog can like jump in from off screen, and then if it doesn't do that, it'll poison breath you, which is not what you want. I don't know if I've mentioned how poison works in this video or not, but the way poison works in Portrait of Ruin is you take ticking damage, and you do less damage, and you take more damage. So getting poisoned is real bad. Yeah, this route is kind of awkward. I don't really know what I was... Because now I'm missing the top corner of the fucking first staircase. Yeah, this is a disaster. This is really not good. I don't know. I never really figured this out. For some reason, it was just a lot easier in Symphony of the Night. I don't know why. I guess because in Symphony of the Night, the route is more like... There's just fewer paths between areas in Symphony of the Night. And also, I was never like concrete on when exactly I was going to go back to Wind to turn in quests or get quests. I just knew I wanted to do it like at some point, because the thing is that I never really learned when exactly his different quests become available. Or when like different magic tomes from Vincent become available, for that matter, because that's way more important actually for Charlotte than it is for Jonathan, because with Jonathan it's like you get the shuriken and then you're done. But with Charlotte, at a certain point Vincent will sell Spirit of Light, which is a really, really important spell, because that does holy damage, and a lot of enemies are weak to holy damage. A lot of the toughest enemies in the game are weak to holy damage. And then he also sells a spell called Explosion, which is like Raging Fire, but it does more damage, and it doesn't have like... It's not like a forward cone, it just like automatically targets enemies on the screen, so it's pretty fucking good. It automatically targets enemies, and it can like splash other enemies nearby. So like if a bunch of enemies are together in a group, then it'll hit all of them for like 1,000,000 damage. That's really useful actually for some rooms of the Nest of Evil, which I'm sure I'll demonstrate when I get there. So I think we're coming up pretty soon here on the Stella fight, which, if memory serves, my Stella fight on my Jonathan footage was pretty bad. The Stella fight in general I'm not really very good at, because a lot of it is about sort of... It's about managing her position. I mean, which you do by managing your position, of course, but, like... What causes her to do what, when, is not, like, super clear to me. And also, I just have a bad habit of, like, jumping into her. Because I don't know when she's winding up her, like, which of her attacks. Because there's a certain attack that she does. There's a certain attack that she does that's just like a basic melee attack in midair, and that one doesn't have any like big flashy telegraph. With the other two, she'll call out her attack name before she does it. But with that one, she just kind of sits there, and it looks like she's not doing anything, and I can't tell if she's actually not doing anything or if she's winding up the melee attack. But anyway, it'd actually be nice to have Explosion here now, because I think Stella is weak to fire, but instead I'm doing something that's probably fine, because Stella's also weak to slash, and what jumping... Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know when she, like, what makes her do that or not do that. Yeah, see, what, like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get when... Anyway, this is good because it means that if I tried to... I don't really have any good spells right now to hit her with, like, from the floor. I would have to try to, like, time a Raging Fire cast when she does her Secretive Spurious Spring attack, which is not really what I want. I'd much rather be able to, like, jump around all the time to sort of modulate, her position, bait her into, like, using a lot of, like, high in the sky hurricanes. And yeah, this is another thing that I do a lot when I fight Stella, is I'll jump into these crescents, because my brain has a hard time internalizing them as threats before they actually start moving. I'm also not really very good at dodging them and dodging her attacks at the same time. I never really learned how to do that properly. I'm just not good. I'm not good at, like, backing up and being patient. I want to just be, like, constantly hitting her. And here, I think I'm not using a potion because I was, like, mad at myself for getting hit so many times. So I wanted to, like, I guess force myself to play better. And it almost fucked me, but fortunately I survived with 17 HP. I think if she hadn't died there and I was at 17 health, I probably would have used a potion. Because what I was trying to do for these normal mode runs was not use any items, not use any healing items, which is, like, is pretty feasible for most of the game. The only parts of the game where that's tricky are, I guess, the death fight, and then the Nest of Evil is when, like, not using healing items becomes almost impossible. Oh shit, look at that. I already kind of talked about the story developments in the game in my other video, so I'm not gonna pretend to be surprised by the things that happen in the footage this time. What was I in the middle of saying? I was talking about the Stella fight. I was talking about, oh yeah, healing items. Yeah, potions. Yeah, not using potions on normal mode. It's doable. It's definitely doable. You just have to not, like, totally shit your pants on the boss fights. But then when you get to the Nest of Evil, there's a particular room in the Nest of Evil that is sort of that's kind of the game's... The game basically says to you, hey, listen, I know you've been having a great time playing this fun, action-packed game. You know, you're going through all these challenge rooms in the Nest of Evil, and you know, these rooms are tough, but, you know, they're fair. They're solutions to the things that you encounter. But we've decided here that you've had it too easy, and we're now going to just fuck you. And just give you constant no-win situations and terrible, awful, and non-gameplay scenarios. That's what that one room in the Nest of Evil is like, and that's the room that necessitates healing items. And I guess I'll wait to talk about it until I get there. Because I know for a fact, because I spent a lot of time, like, hyping up this room when I did my Jonathan runs, and I talked a bunch of shit in my hard mode max level 1 video about this room. I think I called it an unforgivable piece of anti-gameplay, but I'll see how it goes when I get there, and I'll see, like, because I think I remember what happens, and I think I'm gonna be mad about it, but I'll find out. I'll find out when we get there. For now, I'm gonna enjoy the fact that we're not in the Nest of Evil right now. Yeah, Portrait of Ruin is a funny game because it's like the game is good and the game is fun, but then when I think about the actual things in the game, I think about, like, oh yeah, that level's annoying, or like, oh yeah, that boss kind of sucks, or like, oh yeah, that part's, like, stupid. But then, like, I don't know. It's up and down, like Charlotte doing the little dance on the fucking floating platforms back there. Why is the sky blue? I thought when Dracula's castle showed up, the sky was supposed to be fucking purple. Oh yeah, here's a like a quest thing. So Wind gave me a quest to go back to the Nation of Fools after I already killed the boss in the Nation of Fools. So is that what I'm doing now? Oh no, I'm getting cursed. Yeah, this is another like this is the thing about Portrait of Ruin that really sucks, is the quest system. They should have just gotten rid of this completely. Because all it does is fuck with like the flow of the game and make you backtrack and do like stupid shit that you don't want to do. Oh, and this is interesting. I actually did this because I wanted to, because after you get Stella's Locket, you have to go back and talk to Wind. So I wanted to both do the quest where you come back to Wind while you're cursed and go back and talk to him on like the same trip. But I don't remember if... But by the end of this cutscene, my curse status is going to wear off. Yeah, it already wore off. I don't remember if you get credit for the quest or not, though. I would hope that it just checks for when you come into the room. But we'll see. He used to became a vampire. Ah, well. There's a few little typos like that. Death says like A twice in a row. He calls Charlotte a little girl. And then Eric says that Bronner used his powers to become a vampire, which is not how it's supposed to be said. But oh well. I think this like little detail here is kind of stupid. I don't remember if I brought that up or not in my Jonathan video, but I don't understand why. Why? You know? So the Morris family can use the whip, but only if the Lacard family is around? Or uses some kind of ritual to make the vampire killer a holy whip again, but then the holy whip kills whoever uses it. Now, can only the Morris family use it, or is it like the Lacard family lets anyone who's not the Morris family use it? None of these questions that I'm asking matter at all. This whole thing with like the vampire killer, I think it's just there to sort of like, it's just there to create like an emotional Sorry, I got distracted by something going on outside. An emotional through line. Oh, this shit again. I never want to see the year 1999 and I mentioned in a Castlevania game ever again. If I play fucking Order of... Well, I actually have already played Order of Ecclesia. If I play fucking Curse of Darkness or Lament of Innocence was at the same time as Aria of Sorrow. If I play Curse of Darkness and I see somebody mention some dumb shit about 1999, I'm gonna be fucking pissed off. You know what? I changed my mind. I actually do think the fact that Charlotte and Jonathan talk make the game better. Because they help create like a sense of... a lot of the things that happen in Portrait of Ruin are pretty heavy. Like, oh yeah, so here I switched to Jonathan just because Jonathan can drain his MP faster. One of the things about Charlotte that I don't think I've even mentioned yet is that because Charlotte has a higher emphasis on her spell casting, she has a higher base MP regeneration rate. So there I wanted to spend all my MP, so I swapped to Jonathan so that I would not regenerate it as fast. Charlotte is also the only character who I ever, like, found... who I ever, like, really had to think about in terms of her inventory and her like armor types. Because with Jonathan, it's just like I would just prioritize defense all the time. And that's not hard to do because that's just usually the kinds of right here, but yeah, there's Spirit of Light. That's really important. And I think I'm going to buy Ice Needle too, but Ice Needle I'm only going to use in one spot in the whole game, and it's not going to be for a while, so Ice Needle is not as important as Spirit of Light. Spirit of Light's probably the single most important spell that Charlotte can buy from Vincent. Like, Rock Riot is good, but it's not really, like... It's good for the Dualahan boss. I guess it's pretty important to kill the Dualahan boss as fast as possible. Oh, I wasn't sure if I was going to heal at the save station or not. Yeah, because a lot of the characters in Portrait of Ruin are pretty, like, dour. A lot of what happens is pretty heavy, and Jonathan and Charlotte have this nice, like, fun, adventurous dynamic between them. Where it's like, Jonathan is like he gets sad and he gets, like, discouraged easily and kind of mopey, but he's also, like, very action-oriented and always, like, ready to go. And Charlotte talks about quantum space. Yeah. It makes a difference. It makes a difference. I want to be like a curmudgeon. I want to just say, you know, all these fancy kids. Games were better when cartridges couldn't fit any text in them. But you know, I'll make some concessions. Malachi coming back from Symphony of the Night, weak to holy damage. So already Spirit of Light is paying off. And I don't think I got Spirit of Light for this level, but it just so happens that's a great place to start using it. Damn, that fucking doll got killed by one Spirit of Light bolt? I'm actually surprised by that. I feel like those dolls have a bunch of HP, but they must be weak to holy. See, this is what I mean. A bunch of things in this game are weak to holy. I didn't even know that enemy was weak to holy damage, but it is. The Forest of Doom. I already kind of talked about the Forest of Doom in my last video. I don't think I have any more points to make about it. To give you the short version, I think it's kind of boring. I think a lot of the levels in Portrait of Ruin are kind of boring, which again is like the thing I just mentioned earlier with like the weird dynamic with Portrait of Ruin, where like so much of the game, there's like so many things about it I don't like, but it just like doesn't seem to matter. I still have fun anyway. It's very disconcerting. Like I think the Nation of Fools sucks. I think the Sandy Grave is kind of boring. I think the Forest of Doom is kind of boring. Clock Tower is like not really that fun, but the game is somehow fun, even though all of its individual components are not. It's a paradox. It's it warps reality the way Dracula's Castle does. I don't know, maybe I'm just describing fucking Stockholm Syndrome. I played Portrait of Ruin for so long that it started like that my brain just in desperation adapted to enjoy it. No, it's cause of just how like fluid and responsive controls should be responsive. I think it's just like, I think it's the pacing. It's the pacing and like the graphics. Like the game looks really good, and the soundtrack is like not very good, but it's also never like terrible or grating. And it has some pretty major highlights. That's kind of what a lot of these commentaries are going to be, is me trying to do like a post-game analysis of Portrait of Ruin to try to like sort of analyze and backtrace my emotional reactions to it, because I'm really like working hard to figure out what I want to do at the end of all this, like when I'm done with all the games, is I really want to figure out, I want to do a tier list. I want to do a tier list for the whole series, minus whatever games I didn't play, like Haunted Castle. And I also want to figure out like which ones would I recommend. You know, if people are saying, hey, I want to play Castlevania games, which ones do you think I should skip? Which ones do you think I should play? I want to be able to give like confident answers, and I also want to be able to like I said, fill out a tier list and figure out like where to put the games as I'm playing them. And Portrait of Ruin is like very fucking strange. Charlotte's jump animation with like her boobs heaving against her thin white shirt every single time she jumps, I think maybe doing something to mitigate my negative feelings towards the game in general. Perhaps I'm being a victim. Perhaps I'm a victim of my male hormones, and that's why I'm confused, because the game is subconsciously appealing to my primal instincts, even though my brain is telling me that the music is boring and the whole level is brown. And what's really eerie is that the way that I feel about Portrait of Ruin, where it's like really hard for me to figure out how I feel about it, is really similar to Bloodlines. Because the reason I say that's eerie is because obviously this game is like a direct sequel to Bloodlines. It's like the only game in the series really that has any direct connection to the events of Castlevania Bloodlines. To the point that honestly, like, Bloodlines and Portrait of Ruin might as well take place in their own fucking timeline. And they both kind of just like fuck with my head in the same way, where it's like, because with Bloodlines, my issue with Castlevania Bloodlines is that I don't really like Bloodlines' soundtrack, and I don't really like the way Bloodlines looks. And I don't think I would ever really want to play it again. But then, when I try to go back and think about, like, well, okay, what did Bloodlines actually do that was bad? Like, is there anything in the game that's, like, not good? Or, like, not fun? And I can't, like, find anything. When I'm ranking Castlevania games, like Super Castlevania 4, for example. Super Castlevania 4 is, like, there's like I can think of several specific parts of Super Castlevania 4, and I say, okay, fuck that part. That part's terrible. That part is what keeps this game from being, like, you know, on the same tier as, like, Castlevania 1 or Rondo or you know, Dracula's Curse. But then when I think of Bloodlines, I can't, like, think of anything like that. I can't think of any part of Bloodlines that I, like, hated. So it's like, logically, I feel like I shouldn't like the game, but I do anyway. And Portrait of Ruin is fucking with me in exactly the same way, which is pretty strange. It must just have something to do with the way the game is designed. It must have something to do with, like... Because Portrait of Ruin is really good at, like... You feel like you're in control of your position, and I realize that... that might sound like something you can take for granted, but you really can't. I think it's like, it just feels skillful. It feels like you're, like, backdashing out of things, like canceling animations, air strafing around, like... weaving in melee attacks with spell casting, and like closing distance to do some things, and like all the like basics of gameplay and the basics of combat in Portrait of Ruin are just like really solid and really rewarding. And I think that's what it is. I think what it is that even though the game's presentation is adequate, and even though I think the levels themselves are not electrifying, they're still like just the gameplay. The game is good. Like, the game is scientifically good. or something like that. And this is dumb. I'm trying to use... I should just put on Raging Fire to hit this thing, because he's never gonna get hit by this. Yeah, thank you. That's the thing about Spirit of Light, is that Spirit of Light is really good, holy damage is really good, but the way Spirit of Light works is it creates two homing projectiles, and as was just demonstrated there with my epic fight with the tombstone, if an enemy's right in your face, then Spirit of Light won't hit them. Why am I meleeing it? Fucking Raging Fire it. Come on. You went to the trouble of equipping Raging Fire to kill the tombstone, and then the tombstone shows up and I try to fucking melee it? I don't know what I'm doing. Even like charging spells and using like super like powerful spells feels pretty good. So I think that's what it is. And plus, it's not like this environment looks bad. Like, this game looks really fucking good. It's not exciting, but it's not like, it doesn't look terrible. It looks really good. So it's not like a Dracula X Chronicles situation where, like, the gameplay is good, but the game itself is just ass ugly. Far from it, in fact. A boss from Rondo making a return appearance. That weird fucking eyeball thing. I forget what it's called in Rondo, but here it's called Dogether. I don't know how the hell you're supposed to pronounce that. I'm not going to try. I tried to pronounce it a lot of times in the Jonathan video. I'm not going to do that again. It's too much for me. Oh yeah, I forgot to finish my point about Charlotte's equipment. Charlotte is a character. This isn't really the case in normal mode, because in normal mode you're very rarely threatened by anything that you have to make this determination. But in hard mode, you really have to decide between. Like, Charlotte has defense-oriented armor and then like int-oriented armor, and that's not really the case with Jonathan. With Jonathan's armor, it's almost all like heavy like defense-based. It's not like Jonathan has to choose very often between, like, well, this piece of armor will give me a big defensive buff, but this piece of armor will give me a big offensive buff. It's usually, like, very small. Like, this hat might give me, like, a few more points of defense, and then this hat might give me, like, a few more strength or, like, a few more int. With Charlotte, it's much more dramatic. Like, she can choose between, like, the Dalmatica, I think it's called. It's a chess piece that I'm going to get towards the mid-game. Or towards, I guess, closer to the end game, that gives her 10 int, which is a lot. Like, for comparison, I think right now I probably have about, what, 30 or maybe 40? And by the end of the game, I'll have, like, maybe 70 at base. So, like, 10 int is a lot. But then she also has, like, the Platinum Corset, or the, which can give pretty big defensive buffs, and then the wedding dress actually buffs her strength and her attack power by a respectable chunk. So she has more, like, there's more choices to be made in terms of like her equipment, and the choices are more impactful, because, like, the difference between gaining or losing 10 int is really big. I guess Jonathan has some pieces of armor that are like that, like the I know basically any Jonathan equipment that raises int is good, because like Jonathan does most of his damage with his sub weapons, but unlike Charlotte, he doesn't have that much equipment that raises his intellect. So you kind of want it. You want to get it whenever you can. With Charlotte, the fact that she's going to have high int and that she's going to be doing most of her damage with her spells is kind of like already par for the course. It's something you don't have to specifically gear for. That's just kind of how she is. That's how she works. With Jonathan, you have to work a little bit harder to maximize the potential. I don't like this part. I don't like it when games don't tell me what's happening on the screen. Yeah, that little hole in the ceiling that I just opened up, I'm not going to be able to come back and get that until the end game. And I don't think I'm actually ever going to come back and get that, because in order to get the Nest of Evil, I only need 888%. The Nest of Evil itself will comprises 100% of the maximum of 1000%. So that means that if you never go to the Nest of Evil, the highest you can get is 900%. And since you only need 888%, that means that I have a margin of, I have a window of 12% map completion that I can skip. And what I really want to do is I want to avoid, like, taking return trips in the late game to these zones to get, like, one square, which is exactly what I would have to do if I wanted to get 1000% map completion. I'd have to come back to the Dark Academy, not the Dark Academy, the Forest of Doom here, with the Owl spell that lets you fly around, and then I would have to go back to the City of Haze with the Flying Owl spell, and I think I would have to go back to the Sandy Grave too, because the Sandy Grave has some like corners, some like corner squares that you can't fill out in the map unless you have some advanced vertical movement powers, which is pretty obnoxious. I don't like a lot of backtracking, and I don't really like this boss coming up either. Yeah, this is one of the parts of the game that, like, sucks. I put it in the thumbnail because it looks pretty cool, but water combat is always really terrible. It should basically never be in video games, but it always is. Not always, sometimes is. Fortunately, he's weak to Holy, and if I stand in the right place, then I can kind of angle Spirit of Light. See, this is what's frustrating, is that, like, I have to stand in a specific spot to actually hit him with the attack instead of, like... And dodging that attack is really annoying, too, because sometimes you can jump too high and jump, like, out of the water, and then for some reason the game doesn't let you, like... And then you'll, like, fall back down into it, and there's this window where I feel like I can't... If I'm falling back into the water from, like, too far above the water, I feel like I can't immediately jump again, so I'll, like, fall into the stream. So it's very, very, very irritating. This is also where Explosion would come in handy, because Explosion would just fucking target the frog. And this guy's weak to fire damage, too, which is totally bewildering. He lives underwater, so you'd think he'd be weak to lightning damage, but instead he's weak to fire and holy. Very, very strange. Fortunately, it's over pretty fast. Maybe that's also the secret to Portrait of Ruin, is that all the parts of the game that suck don't, like, last very long. It's not like Super Castlevania 4, which has basically an entire level that sucks, level 8. And just the moment-to-moment navigation is pretty good. So I'm gonna keep thinking about this as I go through this commentary. I'm gonna keep on, like, trying to analyze, like, okay, why does this piss me off? Why does this not piss me off? And I'm not gonna go on any more lengthy political diatribes, because I don't want to, because I think it's unhelpful. Anyway, back to the game. We are now going to the Tower of Death, which, excuse me, sorry, is, I think I said in my last video, the most dangerous part of Portrait of Ruin, outside of the Nest of Evil, of course. And that's still true for Charlotte. Whether like you're playing Charlotte or Jonathan, I'd say the Tower of Death is roughly equally dangerous. Shit, sorry, I had to fuck with my microphone. I'm doing that so much. I gotta, like, figure out a more consistent setup for this thing, man. It's because the thing is that, like, I have, like, a noise machine in my room, just so, like, that way if I'm doing commentary... Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to make sure that the microphone is pointed towards me and not pointed towards, like, anything that's, like, moving air around. And actually, if you listen real closely, you might be able to hear it anyway underneath, like, the game sound, but... Anyway, Tower of Death. Tower of Death, Limitations of Spirit, that was really good. That is like one of the best items in the game. Europa's dress is one of Charlotte's best chess pieces. And this is like an example of Spirit of Light's... Yeah, this is the thing about Spirit of Light that's very frustrating, is that... I already mentioned this, and that's just another demonstration. Fuck. Come on now. The reason I slide kicked there too is because, like, whenever enemies get me in those, like, stun states, this happens when I get petrified too. I never know if there's anything I can do about it. Like, if I like wiggle the control stick around and like press buttons, do I get out of the stun faster, or do I just have to wait until she does all of her damage? I'm pretty sure wiggling the control stick around gets you out of petrification faster, but I don't know if that applies to anything else. It's like fucking catching Pokemon when you're like a kid and you don't know if like pressing the B button on the third wiggle is gonna make the Pokemon get caught or not. So this is like actually kind of dangerous to go for this. It's not super dangerous on normal mode. On hard mode, I would probably never do that because it's kind of hard to get out of here. Because there's like Medusa heads fucking you up, and like Jonathan, because you have to jump off of Jonathan's head and then double jump to get out of there. But the problem, as you might have seen back there, is that the AI will like crouch to whip Medusa heads that show up. So if he's crouching, obviously you can't get enough height to get out of there. And every time you fuck up getting out of there, you take like 50 damage from the spikes, which on hard mode would be like 90 damage, because I think they do double damage. Very frustrating. These guys are also pretty fucking annoying to fight, but if I just anticipate them, then I can shoot the Spirit of Light projectiles quickly enough to hit them before they get to me. And my movement here is a little bit weird. It's just because I'm trying to fill out the whole map. I'm trying to fill out all of the Tower of Death on my first go through. When I did my hard mode footage, this is funny. When I got my first hard mode footage that I'm never going to upload, I actually went through the Tower of Death as quickly as possible the first time, then went back when I was like at the very end of the game, when I was the highest level possible, to explore the rest of it, specifically because the Tower of Death is so dangerous on hard mode. On hard mode it's really dangerous because spikes do double damage, and every Medusa head is a golden Medusa head that petrifies you. And I don't know if I've said this before, but petrification plus spikes is gonna like kill you in 2 ticks on hard mode. Because petrification means you take double damage, spikes on hard mode are already doing twice the damage they would normally do. That means that like on hard mode, if you fall into the spikes while you're petrified, then you're going to take like 230 damage. And as you can see, I only have about 417. This fucking room, I hate this room so much. This room on hard mode is like... ugh. It's like the thing that will kill you, absolutely. Because, like, here's the problem. So, Spirit of Light, and this is actually especially a problem on Charlotte, Spirit of Light doesn't know how to prioritize. It doesn't know that I want to hit the Cloaked Knight. It's aiming for the Medusa heads. And there, it only hit him because he happened to be in between me and the Medusa heads that Spirit of Light was, like, randomly aiming for. So, obviously in New Game Plus, you have access to, like, Explosion, which will just target everything, and, like, Thunderbolt, which does the same thing, so it's not as bad, but that's just another reason like why I feel like hard mode is balanced around New Game Plus, because trying to get through that fucking room with only the tools you would have available to you at this point in the game just seems like a fucking nightmare. That was pretty slick. Because there's nowhere good to stand, and the Cloaked Knight will just like wander off the screen, so you can't kill him until he shows up. You can't, like, decide when you fight him. And he might show up at, like, a really awful time while you're surrounded by Medusa heads that you're trying to kill, and then he'll fly into a fucking angle where you can't hit him, and then, like, you have to try to fight Medusa heads while also not getting hit by the sword that he just, like, throws at you. It's so fucking frustrating. Aha. I never quite understand that first line that Death says. That look on your face, I assume you've run into Bronner? What does that mean? How would the look on their face relate to whatever? I've heard that in the original Japanese, Death, I don't really know what this means because I don't know enough about the language to elaborate. But Death talks in a way that's like kind of archaic. He talks like an old person would talk in Japanese. And I think that's kind of hard to... Not like Victorian era, not like Shakespeare talk, but it's like how an old person would say things, and I think that's pretty hard to convey in like English, because old people, I think they kind of pull it off, because he speaks, I guess, more formally in the video games, in the English translation, which I guess is probably the best you can do to convey that. I don't really think there's an English equivalent to the the mannerisms he has in Japanese. That fucking attack. So yeah, fighting Death on Charlotte is much better than trying to fight Death with only Jonathan, because Charlotte has access to okay melee damage and also magic damage. So she can kind of do damage to him during the gray phase, and then can do super damage to him during the purple phase. Whereas with Jonathan, he just kind of has to suffer through the purple phase and actually try to get damage done when he's vulnerable to physical damage. That is the one problem with fighting him with Charlotte, though, is the fact that if he does that horizontal scythe attack, the way you're supposed to avoid... Yeah, it's so frustrating, dude. The way you're supposed to avoid that is just to get away from him as quickly as possible, and Charlotte can't dive kick in the air, which is how you would normally, like, close the last bit of horizontal distance you need to on short notice. Same thing there, like... She just can't get out of the way fast enough. Because she can't dive kick, and if there's scythes between you and where you want to go, then you have to spend time killing them or avoiding them, and it's just very frustrating. I have no damage this guy before on Charlotte, but it really just depends on how often he chooses to do that attack. Because if he does that attack at the wrong time, and I'm not in position for it, then, like, I'm just fucked. Because also there's a range to it. This is so fucking terrible. Jesus. Yeah, if you're all the way on the right or the left side of the screen, then he can't hit you with that. But... Fortunately, I've only gotten hit by the red scythes, which hit your mind stat. The gray scythes hit your defense stat, so... That's why she's only taking 5 damage from the red scythes, which is, like, might as well be 0 damage at all. I do really like this fight. I think this is probably the best death fight in the whole series, which is pretty high praise considering how many death fights there are. But trying to do what I shouldn't be doing, which is fighting it with only one character or the other, is pretty frustrating. I can't really blame the game for that. That's just kind of me. If I also really wanted to, I could swap out Spirit of Light for Strength Boost here to boost Charlotte's strength during the gray phases. I didn't do that just because I didn't want to do any like extra menuing. And also, this is super frustrating because I specifically put on the Axe Bomber Dual Crush because when Death, like, he does like I don't know why he's not doing it here, but sometimes he does like a chain attack where he'll like send like summon a bunch of chains and then like trap somebody in it. And then what you can do is you can summon your companion to bait the companion to get caught by the chains, then desummon the companion and the chains are just going to be empty. But Death like stands there for a little bit to like wind up a big attack on the character who's not in the chains anymore, and while he's standing still you can just hit him. So I put the Axe Bomber Dual Crush on Charlotte so that way if he's standing still during the chain attack during the gray phase when he's vulnerable to physical damage, I could rack up like super damage on him. But he just like never used that attack, and I don't really know why. Because I think it's actually kind of under your control. I think that excuse me. I think that if you break the chains on I think this is me like just kind of, because that fight was really bad. I was kind of like in shock for a second about how bad that fight was. When he makes like the square of chains, and then like throws the scythe around inside of it, I feel like if you break the chains while you're far enough away from him, then he'll do the summon chains companion bait spell. But if you don't, then he'll do the, like, float around, throw scythes at you, swing a scythe at you. Because I swear to God, like, I've seen him... like, I feel like I've gotten him to do it before if I break the... If he's, like, far enough off the screen when you break the chains during the, like, throw the scythe around attack, but... I just couldn't make it work there. That's another problem with Charlotte, is that it's hard for her to break the chains really quickly on demand. Jonathan can do it with the Mastered Shuriken. That'll do like a bunch of damage to the chains. And of course on New Game Plus, where if you have like the Royal Sword or the Holy Claymore, then Jonathan can do a bunch of damage to the chains on really short notice. But oh, sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me today. Can't clear my throat. The Wyvern boss from Rondo of Blood makes a return. amusingly and appropriately with exactly the same mechanics as the Wyvern boss in Rondo of Blood had. And you might be wondering, Shovatar, why do you call it a wyvern and not a dragon? Because it is a wyvern, because it doesn't have 4 legs. Now you know. Yeah, the death fight. Charlotte just can't really destroy the links on the chains really fast on short notice because you don't really know if a fully charged Spirit of Light is going to hit them or not. Or if it's just going to, like, fly off somewhere. And her regular melee attack's only doing 33 damage, and I don't exactly know how much damage it takes to break the chains during that attack, but it's a lot of fucking damage. It's a lot of hits of 33. And again, if I had her on Strength Boost, that would, I know this because I've done this fight so many times. If she has a fully buffed Strength Boost, then her melee attacks do 45 instead of 33, which might not sound like much of a difference, but if she's hitting the chains like, 5 or 6 times, then that extra 8 damage is gonna add up. So that is the thing about this part of the game that's kind of frustrating, is that she has Spirit of Light, which is good against death, but Spirit of Light is also like not really consistent in terms of its targeting, which makes it pretty frustrating. Once I get Explosion and like Thunderbolt, I think I have Thunderbolt, don't I? Did I get Thunderbolt? I think I did. Yeah, that was in one of the Tower of Death rooms. And the whole reason I went and got because there are 2 scrolls in the Tower of Death, and I got both of them because they're both actually pretty good. There's Thunderbolt, and then Tempest was the spell that I got, and like, come on, man. Fucking Christ, dude. Yeah, fuck this guy. I'm like trying to fight him, but he just like... This is the thing, and that's the problem with Charlotte, is that she, like, I try to fight him, but I have to like stand still and like be in a certain spot in order to cast anything on him. And so I would have to like move further into the room to actually fight him, but I just didn't feel like doing it. Yeah, Piercing Beam is also holy damage, but it just shoots a beam straight in front of you, which does mean that there are some enemies that Spirit of Light can hit that Piercing Beam can't, but the trade-off is that Piercing Beam will always hit what you want it to hit, which is whatever's right in front of you. Or rather, will always hit what you think it's going to hit. You don't ever have to worry about, like... You know exactly where it's going, so you know if you can hit something with Piercing Beam or not. You can't really say that with Spirit of Light. But then the other scroll that I got in the Tower of Death, which is the Tempest scroll, that was the one in the little alcove with the spikes that I kept on getting hit in. Tempest is actually really, really important. There are 2 very important boss fights that Charlotte wants Tempest for. One in the Nest of Evil, and then one in the Dark Academy. And you'll see why that's so important when I get to them. Because Charlotte has a lot of tools, but there are still some things that the game will throw at you that don't, I mean, part of having a lot of tools means that she'll have specific tools that are going to be best in specific situations. This enemy is just, like, fucking garbage. I really... The more I played these games and the more times this guy kept showing up in, like, Dawn of Sorrow and Portrait of Ruin, the more sick of him I got. And actually, Charlotte has a spell called Acidic Bubbles, which is actually pretty good at hitting this guy, because it shoots out, like, a bunch of projectiles at once, but the problem is that it's a random drop off of the dogs that breathe poison from earlier in the game, and I just didn't get it, and I didn't feel like farming for it, because I hate farming. I guess, and I guess, that's what's nice about Portrait of Ruin, is that if you, I guess if you don't give a shit about the Nest of Evil, if you don't want to go to the Nest of Evil, you can completely ignore the quest system, and you can do the whole thing without any farming. So here I'm backtracking to the Sandy Grave to get a spell that I need if I want to get the best ending, the real ending, pretty much, if I want to get the ending that takes me to the second half of the game. Why am I standing here? I think I was deciding, like, what to do exactly. Why don't I have Explosion? Fuck. Forgot to buy Explosion. I think that's what I was looking for. Explosion is really good. I'm going to be using it a lot in the second half of the game. I like that when Charlotte does a double jump, she has a little broomstick. I never mentioned that until now, but I like pretty much everything about Charlotte's design. She looks scholarly, which is how she's supposed to look. But the broomstick also does beg a question of did she go to some kind of witch academy? Again, did she go to Hogwarts? Did she have to buy the broomstick at the fucking exorbitant merchant place in Harry Potter where they go to buy broomsticks? It's a Nimbus 2000, Harry. It costs 45,000 magic gold coins. What the fuck? It's been a long time since I've seen those movies. Oh, look at that! Her Tome of Arms 2 is doing exactly 8 damage to the ghosts, which is exactly the amount of damage that I have to do to kill them. That's nice. Means I don't have to swap to a fucking magic tome to kill these assholes. Thank God. The summon spells, I only really found a use for one of them, which is the Summon Gunman spell, which is it's pretty funny that that spell exists in the first place. It's actually one of my favorite spells that Charlotte has, because it's conceptually pretty funny, and it's also pretty good. You're not going to see it for... That's the fucking most annoying shit, dude. I thought the ghosts were done spawning, because that one spawned fucking outside the screen. The Colossarus, or Colossarus, I don't know what you would... Oh shit. That fucking shit. I'm so mad. Okay, I realize that only did 15 damage, so it doesn't matter, but like... Dude, on hard mode, that fucking fire attack he does 1,000,000 damage, and it's so hard to, like, react to it in time. Because... I mean, I don't know, maybe this is just, like, a patience thing, where it's like I should just wait to see what he's gonna do and then decide if I'm gonna attack or not, and, like, try to, like, respond. But I'm just not really... I'm not really good at doing that. I think I've said this before, like, I feel like I should always be doing something, right? If I see an enemy, I just want to, like, attack it. I don't really like sitting and waiting for it to do something and then responding to it. Which is honestly probably why I have so much trouble with these games. I think if I just, like, played a little bit more slowly and a little bit more... methodically, I wouldn't have all the problems that I have. What is happening here? That pause was unusual. I feel like I was alt-tabbing to look something up. Although I don't know what it would have been. Oh shit! Okay. Oh, don't look at the map screen, Shovatar. Okay. Okay. Sorry, this part's really tense, because this is where I almost fucking died in my Jonathan normal mode video. After I almost no damage the Grim Reaper fight, I almost died to the fucking rolling rocks. Oh man. I'm about to turn into a toad. Fuck, I forgot. See, this is the thing about Charlotte that I don't like. Is, in Harmony of Dissonance, they have a... I remember complaining about the magic system in Harmony of Dissonance when I first played it. Because... like, Juiced Belmont has all these magic spells, and you have to, like, pause the menu. You have to, like, pause and, like, fuck around with the menu to swap between them. But then I learned that there actually are, you can actually just swap the magic spells in Harmony of Dissonance with just, like, button combos. You do, like, down and R, and then, like, something like that. Basically, there were ways to swap out the magic in, excuse me, in Harmony of Dissonance without menuing, but Charlotte just has way too many spells for that to be practical. You can't, like, cycle through 25 spells. In Harmony of Dissonance, you would only have, like 6 at a time maximum, I think. Fire, Ice, Thunder, Wind, Summon? So maybe just 5? God, Harmony of Dissonance is such a good game. I'm sorry for these like disgusting slurping sounds. I'm drinking coffee. It helps. It helps me stay sharp during these commentaries and remember everything that I gotta say. I unfortunately don't have much to say here. This is like because this is the backtracking section. I think the music for the Sandy Grave is okay. I think it could be. You know what I like about the music in the Sandy Grave? I think it matches the pace of your character's footsteps, like the beat does. I remember noticing a couple songs in Dawn of Sorrow being like that and thinking that was pretty cool. And I'm pretty sure it's the same. I'm pretty sure the same thing happens in a couple places in Portrait of Ruin. Although of course it could be coincidence. I mean, the music is very thematically appropriate, of course. They picked the most Egyptian music they possibly could. Oh, look at that. That's pretty close. That is the one downside of playing on normal mode over hard mode, is that, like, it kind of doesn't matter how well I play in normal mode. Like, the difference between getting a hit in normal mode and getting hit in hard mode is, like, a really big difference. But again, like, I don't know if I've said this before in this video, but I think I said in my other video that honestly, in practical terms, the difference in difficulty between normal mode and hard mode in Portrait of Ruin is just, like, how many times do you have to go back and buy potions? And I realize that sounds, like, reductive, but that's just kind of how it works out. If you play on, like, a fresh file. If you play, like, New Game Plus hard mode, where I think things are a little bit more balanced, then it feels a lot more fair. But hard mode fresh file, it's just, like, I don't know. I know how that feels. Bloodlines, I was just thinking about Bloodlines the other day, 'cause I was trying to figure out, like, which of the games I've played as, like, do I consider the hardest? Because a lot of people say Bloodlines is pretty hard. Bloodlines is pretty hard casually because there's limited continues, but the thing about Bloodlines that I think is really hard is just, like, the very last stretch of level 6, because you have to do, there's, like, a boss rush. Oh, yeah, you get a bunch of conversations with Eric towards the end of the game, or towards this part of the game. This is actually especially tragic if you know about Eric's, like, secret backstory in the design documents. Maybe it's in the, like, instruction book too. I don't know if it's, like, ever officially recorded anywhere, but Eric's backstory, as I think I may have briefly mentioned before, is that his girlfriend got, like, turned into a vampire, and he had to like put a fucking stake through her heart. So now his fucking daughters are getting turned into vampires. It's got to be especially bitter. I think I do some cleanup here. I think I do, I think I go to the City of Haze to do some, like, what am I checking? Oh, I was checking to see if I did the Overcome the Curse spell, which I did. So, I guess walking in, if you trigger the cutscene, if you walk in while cursed, and then by the time the cutscene's over, the curse is gone, you still get credit for finishing the quest, which was very nice of the game to do, because that meant that, that meant that you didn't have to worry about, like, you wouldn't have to go back and get cursed again if you happen to walk into Eric's room and at a point of the game that triggered a cutscene. So that was considerate of the developers to do that. And here's my, like, desperate attempt at efficiency to clear out this last part of the map. Excuse me. And I know what some of you might be thinking about my comment about hard mode, or maybe no one's thinking this and I'm just thinking this, but Shovatar, if your complaint about hard mode is that all it boils down to is you have to buy more healing items, then why not just do a no healing items run like you did with Dawn of Sorrow and Aria of Sorrow and Harmony of Dissonance? Because the game's way too fucking hard for that. Portrait of Ruin hard mode, no healing items, is just, like, fucking absurd. I mean, obviously, you know, people have done it. If I was more dedicated, if I wanted to spend more time, maybe I could do it. Although I try to avoid saying that. I try to avoid saying, oh, well, I could do it if I wanted to, because that doesn't really mean anything. But my initial reaction to that statement is the game is just too fucking hard. Come on, Shovitar. Don't fucking stand in front of the dudes with guns. Where the fuck am I going? Oh, I'm going back to the Nation of Fools. Okay, yeah. So, I'm going back here to get an item that's gonna... a headpiece that's gonna give Charlotte more intelligence. And the reason that I'm waiting until now to do that is because I think that when I do my, like, mid-game quest cleanup, Eric's gonna give me a quest that, that asks me to go get 100 int. And you can only get 100 int, if you, at this point in the game anyway, if you are playing as Charlotte and you get her int up to 70, and then you cast a fully charged int buff spell, which will give you 30 more int, which will bring you up to 100. But in order to get that 70 int cutoff point, I have to get certain items for Charlotte to wear, and one of them is this helmet in the Nation of Fools, which is why I didn't go up to the right in the first place. I don't think I talked about that in this video when I was here. I think I was too busy talking about politics. and maybe like pissing some people off. I don't know. I don't care. I have my opinions, you know what I mean? And I think I was fairly even-handed. I think I'm, you know, I know why people are frustrated. I just think that some people are frustrated for reasons that are acceptable, and some people are frustrated for reasons that are dumb. That's all. There it is. Beautiful. Yeah, that's why Thunderbolt is so good, because Thunderbolt just hits whatever's on the screen. Just like Explosion does. There it is, the Holy Veil. And I'd like to just leave now, but unfortunately I have to fill out the rest of the map, because I need a certain percentage of map completion to unlock the Nest of Evil, so that I can go to the Nest of Evil and fucking suffer. I tell you what, no healing items, Portrait of Ruin hard mode, if it wasn't for the Nest of Evil, would maybe be doable. I'm thinking now about, like, all the parts of the game. I mean, the death fight would be really fucking brutal, because that guy can just fuck you up. But I have no damage death before. I don't know if I've no damage death on hard mode, because on hard mode he summons way more scythes, so that would probably still be a big problem area. But other than that, I think it would just be like that, and then the Nest of Evil. So if you skip the Nest of Evil, then maybe, but skipping the Nest of Evil feels like you're not really playing the whole game. You know what I mean? I mean, you would be disappointed, right? If you clicked on a video saying, like, here's me playing through Portrait of Ruin, oh, but I skipped the Nest of Evil, it'd be like, ah, come on. I did skip Arena, the Battle Arena, when I played Circle of the Moon Magician mode, but nobody fucking cares about Circle of the Moon, apparently. And that was just like that was just kind of like a mental health thing. Because, I guess for those of you who don't know, in Circle of the Moon, Circle of the Moon has like a magic system, which is the only thing about the game that's really interesting at all. But then when you go to the game's challenge area, the battle arena, I think the devs realized, like, wait, if the player goes into this area with certain DSS cards, with certain, like, magic spells, it's gonna, like, trivialize the whole thing. So they disable your magic when you go into the battle arena in Circle of the Moon. And if you play Circle of the Moon on Magician mode, which is actually, I think, the best way to play the game, because that way you just start with all the spells, you don't have to, like, farm for them. The trade-off is that you have less physical power, like your sub-weapons and your melee attacks don't do as much damage, and in the battle arena, all you fucking have are your sub-weapons and your melee attacks. So doing the battle arena on Magician mode means that you, like, you no longer have the advantages. All you have are the things, are the tools that are bad, basically. You can't take advantage of the advantages that Magician mode confers upon you. That being higher int and every spell from the start. But I actually think that's the most fun way to play the game, is to play the game on Magician mode and just don't go to the fucking battle arena. Because the battle arena is shit, frankly. I don't know, it's like a couple parts are pretty cool, but then there's like one room that you have to do like a very difficult, very specific thing in order to get through consistently. It's very difficult, and it's very specific, and it's very, like, unintuitive. It kind of, like, It's the Minotaur room, and if you know anything about Circle of the Moon, if you've ever played Circle of the Moon, then you probably know what I'm talking about. And I just never figured out like the weird little dance you have to do with the Minotaurs in order to somehow land right on top of their hitboxes without getting hit by them. What the fuck was I talking about? Oh yeah, the Nest of Evil. Yeah. Map completion. God damn it. There we go. I've never really liked the evil clown aesthetic. I think I already said this in my other video. I'm gonna try not to repeat myself too much in case people watch both of these. I'll go over the really important points more than once, but I'm not gonna... I'm gonna try to change up my my commentaries and my criticisms. This part of the song's okay. I like the way that a lot of the songs in Portrait of Ruin incorporate the... I don't know what it's called exactly, but it's this particular melody. Da, 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 da. It plays in Iron Blue Intention. It plays in... I think it's a callback to... because that plays at the very end of the credits in Dracula's Curse, but I feel like the thing that plays at the end of the credits in Dracula's Curse is slightly different. Maybe it is the same thing. It's like da 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 da. Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably off key or something there, but if you've played the games, you know what I'm talking about. And if you pay attention to the music that plays it, where the fuck am I going? I'm going to get the statue's tear. Right. Okay, so I did actually... Didn't I already go back and do this? I guess not. Okay. So I succeeded in doing here what I didn't do in my Jonathan run, which was consolidating the Nation of Fools retrip into one singular outing. I think when I played this on Jonathan, I went right back to the Nation of Fools to get the statue's tear. Which I probably shouldn't have done, but oh well. Yeah, if you pay attention to the music that plays during 13th Street, that's a track from Castlevania Bloodlines. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I never finished a point that I was making about Castlevania Bloodlines. Right. I was talking about the difficulty of the game, and that level 6 is pretty fucking hard. Level 6 of Castlevania Bloodlines, if you've never seen it, it's like really brutal. I don't think there's any... Well, there is healing, technically. Level 6 of Bloodlines is actually really interesting. I have footage of it on my channel if you want to check it out, although if you want to watch the commentated version, you are going to have to put up with my terrible headset mic, I'm sorry to say. But if you just want to see the level, then there's no reason to watch the commentated runs. It's like, there's a couple rooms that like fuck with your perspective, like there's one that's upside down, which is really interesting, although pretty frustrating to play, and actually like borderline nauseating for me, because I'm usually pretty good with video games, but I do have some like perceptual problems, I think. So like that room kind of fucked me up, but I got through. But the thing about level 6 that's really hard is the ending, because there's a death fight, which is in and of itself a boss rush. Like, Death summons the bosses from the previous levels to fight you. And that's the only part of the game, that's the only part of the level where there's healing, because Death will also, because you can also get healed during the Death boss rush, although you can't on hard mode. On hard mode, there is no healing throughout level 6. So, like, Death himself is like a mini boss rush, and then after you fight Death, you fight, Medusa, which is like a really long, really tedious fight, and then you fight Dracula, who has 3 phases. So if you count all the bosses in the Death boss rush, you're fighting, what? 1, 2, 3, 4... How many fucking bosses do you fight with Death? I think it's only 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... If you count every phase as its own boss, which you might, because every phase has its own health bar, you're fighting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bosses all in a row at the very end of Bloodlines. And The reason I brought this all up is because they say something about John being mortally wounded while fighting Dracula, and that is fucking appropriate, because the thing about the boss rush of Bloodlines that's so hard is that it's actually really difficult to no damage the third phase of Dracula. The first phase of Dracula is kind of like a normal Dracula thing where like he teleports in and throws fireballs. The second phase is a little bit scary, but generally pretty doable. And the third phase is pretty hard to no damage. So here I think I'm probably gonna do a cut here to finish this quest. Yeah, I basically want to get off all of the cakes in that display case, which involves opening the cash register and breaking the light to get coins to drop into it over and over again, which I'm not going to subject you guys to. And then I think I did something else too during that break that was like tedious and boring. Oh, I think, you know what I think I did? I think I went all the way back to the Forest of Doom because I forgot to farm something there. I remembered to farm the mushrooms that you need for the poison versus poison quest, but later on he's going to ask for a beehive from the Forest of Doom, and I think I forgot to farm that, so I went back and did that too. That'd be a great place for Piercing Beam, but I guess I didn't want to put it on. Where am I going now? Oh, I think I'm going to fill out more of the map. Yeah, this was a part of the game where I had to figure out how much of the map I needed to fill out, like which parts to, and I think I'm going to go all the way back up to the top part of the City of Haze to discover like 1 or 2 squares. Yeah. But I think I probably had to do this. Oh, do you hear that? Is that getting picked up? Oh, I bet it is now. Yeah. Just in case it didn't get picked up there, an ambulance went by. It's an ambulance to go recover the corpse of efficiency, which is what this part of the game kind of feels like. It's efficient in the footage, but the fact that I forgot to farm shit that I had to at the Forest of Doom, look at that, jumping around. This part is so... I never figured out how to, like, get around those guys. That was, like, what made fresh file hard mode so, like, City of Haze so hard, was just trying to, like, navigate around those guys and figure out, like... Because, like, my instinct when I fight enemies that I know are dangerous is to get distance on them, but with those bone throwers, they throw their bones, like, so far that if you try to dodge them, it's like the harder you try to dodge, like, the more guaranteed they are to hit you, if all you do is just try to get distance on them. You have to, like, either... I guess you can probably destroy the projectile in midair as it's coming to you, or, like... But those bone throwers in that big room are, like... They're, like, below you at this awkward angle, so it's hard to drop down and hit them without falling on top of them or without getting air shot by one of their bones. If I had the holy water, if this was old Castlevania and I could just throw holy water down on them, it'd be fine. But unfortunately, I do not have that. Actually, well, no. You wouldn't have the holy water at that point in the game if it was a fresh file. Because the statue's tier quest is what gives you the holy water. I forgot because I never really found... oh, that's another thing I did. I changed the... Okay, so the Hands of the Clock quest... the Hands of the Clock quest checks to see what the time is on your Nintendo DS, and if it's midnight or noon, then you complete the quest. But... Or if you're playing on an emulator like I am, it checks like the time on your computer. So I had to... That's another thing I think I did during the cut, is I think I closed the emulator and changed the time on my computer to like Brazil time or something to make it like... Or not Brazil time, probably fucking like... I don't know, I don't remember what time I was playing the game at this point, but I had to change it to some weird-ass time zone to get the game to think that it was in midnight. I already talked about how this part is weird. Like, I don't know who bit Vincent when or why, but that's okay. The only point of this little sequence is to drill into the player's head that you can cast Sanctuary to cure vampirism. Ha ha ha. So now I think I buy Explosion, and I don't know what else I buy. I think probably just Explosion, right? Yeah, Chain Lightning, I didn't ever really use Chain Lightning. I think there's a couple rooms in the Nest of Evil where Chain Lightning is technically better to use to clear them out, but I never used it. I was always... everything that I needed to get done in the Nest of Evil I could get done with, like, Explosion, or Tempest, or Piercing Beam. And maybe Thunderbolt here and there? Because Thunderbolt does more damage to armored... armored enemies take more damage from lightning. So is there going to be a cut here? Not yet, okay. Because I know there's going to be, like, a cut so that I can, because I'm going to do the bad ending first, and then go back and do the good ending and do the second half of the game. This is an interesting little touch. This reminds me of the magic wall in Aria of Sorrow that's like blocking your progress. You have to go put on the right souls to beat Graham with to then unlock. Yeah. Now we're gonna do the bad ending. I think I'm only gonna show this dialogue once. I don't remember if I skip it here or the second time. Probably the second time. Yeah. I'm going to skip the dialogue when I do this fight again to get the good ending, but the dialogue is going to be identical, so you're not going to miss anything. But if you have Sanctuary, then she says this too. I'm going to wait until I do the good ending version of this fight to talk about like how you do this with Charlotte only. But it's harder. It's definitely harder with only Charlotte to do with the hard mode version. But if all you want to do is just kill them, then this is where Explosion comes in handy, because I'm pretty sure they're both weak to fire. And I'm fairly sure the way the fight works is that you only need to kill one of them in order to win the encounter. Oh my god, that was even faster than I thought it was. Holy fuck. Or maybe they have a shared health bar. I don't know, because that seemed way too fast. Because I think Stella individually has 2,500 health. I don't know how much health Loretta has, but that seemed like it was way too fast. It doesn't really matter, because as you can see, fighting them is pretty easy if you're just trying to kill them. So their health is not really, like, super relevant in the base game. And then, of course, in the good ending, you don't try to kill them. You try to cast Sanctuary to cure them. What does it say on the wall back there? Aura, Domina, Fortuna. Does that, like, mean something? I mean, I know it's Latin, but I don't know... I don't know why some of it's upside down. I feel like some of those letters are upside down back there. Maybe they're just random Latin words. That seems in character for Japanese devs. I know Japanese well, they like their Western languages. Like the intro of Rondo is in German. I think just because it's supposed to be like a European, even though people in Eastern Europe at that point in time I don't think would have spoken German, but whatever. I mean, they don't speak German now, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Oh shit. Oh well. I wonder what Bronner would have done next. I wonder what his backup plan was. Go sell paintings in an art gallery, I guess. Those paintings are probably pretty easy to find among normal ones. Anyway. Now we go on to the second half of the game, basically. I think temporally it's going to be more like the last 60 last 40% of the game. I think I'm about 3/5 of the way through. Okay, so Stella Loretta fight, Charlotte only. This was like dumb to try to do this, but what's weird is that it's actually not that dumb, because the way that the Charlotte... Okay, that was so stupid. So the way that the Stella Loretta fight is supposed to work in concept is Jonathan fights Stella and Loretta while Charlotte stands off in the back somewhere and casts Sanctuary. And that's the idea, but the way that it works out in practice is that you're basically waiting for them to do enough attacks, to do attacks in a certain pattern, that aren't going to hit like half of the entire screen, which is what happens whenever Loretta comes into the middle of the screen to like start casting something that's like channeled and like targeted, is Charlotte can't cast anything. And the reason why I talk about the Jonathan Charlotte thing as something that's conceptual rather than actual is because Stella will sometimes just target Charlotte with her attacks anyway, and Loretta's attacks are problematic because they cover half the entire arena. They don't target Jonathan or target Charlotte, so... So that's why that's possible, because it doesn't really matter that much whether or not Jonathan is there. You're just waiting for them to basically use like that attack where they summon the big ice block and then break it is like your big opportunity to fill up a lot of the cast bar. I mean, I think that ice block attack, well, I don't know. Because when she breaks it, I think it only does damage to whatever side of the block whoever you're controlling is. So I think the idea is like you would have Charlotte channeling the spell on one side of it, then get them to break it on the other side of it. But the problem is that as they conjure the block of ice, they're also moving it, and the block will push you around. So you could get pushed too far in one direction, and then Charlotte is like off your screen. Basically, what I'm saying is that this fight is bad. this version of the fight where you have to like cast Sanctuary on them is terrible, because it doesn't work. It doesn't at all work the way that I think they envisioned it would. This song is so good, man. Like, I already said this in my Jonathan video. I'm gonna say it again. Soundtracks of these new games are usually only good when they're remixing old songs. I hate to say it, but I just call it like I see it. I mean, I guess Aria of Sorrow had some pretty good songs, but like the best song in Aria of Sorrow is the fucking Heart of Fire Can't Wait Till Night remix for the Julius fight. So it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know why. I don't know what the difference is. So here we are in the Dark Academy. A different version of the Forest of Doom. It's really trying its hardest to match the Forest of Doom's obnoxious enemy quotient. Because the Forest of Doom was noteworthy for constantly throwing obnoxious enemies at you, and the Dark Academy is really trying to keep up. I haven't liked the Hunchbacks in these games since, like, Rondo, pretty much. Rondo was okay because there wasn't that many of them, but, like, the Hunchbacks in Symphony of the Night and, like, all the Hunchbacks since then, I just can't figure them out. I can't figure out how they work. I have Explosion now. I don't remember if I bought that off-screen or not. I may have. That's pretty funny. It took I had a lot of trouble with that room um, when I first started playing the game for several reasons. For one, I just was in the habit of jumping while I was fighting, so I would like jump and shuriken that try to shuriken the lighthouse keeper, the guy with the lantern, and then the crow would swoop down on me. But the secret to that room and a similar room later in the Dark Academy is that the crows will only like activate if you get too close to them. So you can actually just sort of, if you don't, as long as you don't jump too high, you can actually get through that room without triggering either crow, and you can just jump over the lighthouse keeper. And then there's going to be a room later on with some crows that you can just like walk through without without triggering either of them. And that's a fucking flashback to Dracula's Curse right there. Because in Dracula's Curse, the hardest level in the whole game, the hardest stage in the whole game, 9-4, part of what makes it so hard. Part of what makes it so hard is that there are these birds that'll swoop down on you. But the secret is that if you don't jump, they don't notice you, so you can get through some of the trickier parts of the room without ever triggering the birds that normally make it such a problem. I mean, 9-4 is really hard, even if you know that, but knowing that takes something that's like really fucking hard and makes it less hard. And that's the thing you most want to make less hard, is the thing that's really hard. You know what I mean? Anyway, you can hopefully see why Explosion is so useful. I no longer have to worry about aiming at things. I don't have to like get Charlotte into positions of danger. The trade-off is that I suspect a fully charged Raging Fire at this point might do more damage. Yeah, we've all had moments like that, I think. When you're using the restroom and you think you're just gonna fucking die. I think at least once in everybody's life you have a moment where you wonder if you're gonna die on the shitter, like Elvis. I couldn't believe that there wasn't... There actually, I mean, I don't think there's anything in that room. I've never heard of there being anything in that room with the guy in the bathroom stall. I think it's just there as a joke. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so I think I was going to say that I suspect a fully charged Raging Fire might do more damage than a fully charged Explosion at this point, but the added range for Explosion is worth it. So fighting these gals with Charlotte is tricky. This is why her melee weapon is so important, because it fills in what's otherwise a pretty glaring gap in her arsenal. Rock Riot has Strike, so Rock Riot does that, but the only slash spell she has actually is or maybe there's another one that I don't know about, but the only one that I know about for sure is Summon Gunman, and that's kind of like why Summon Gunman. Oh no, Tempest. Tempest also does slash damage, but those are both good in like different situations, and they're both like, they both have very particular ranges, too. Like, Tempest is, like, an area right in front of you, and then Summon Gunman is, a larger area in front of you. Although Tempest is good for other reasons, which I think I'm going to demonstrate when I get to the boss here. Which shouldn't be too far. Oh god, these fucking things. I'm just gonna complain every single time I see this guy on my screen. Fortunately, spoiler alert, sneak preview of the future. I have started on Order of Ecclesia. These fuckers do not make an appearance in Order of Ecclesia, which is fucking shocking to me. Order of Ecclesia does other shit that I think is obnoxious, but I'm gonna save my complaints for when they're needed. What's weird is that they call this guy the Final Guard. And in Aria of Sorrow, it was noteworthy because the Final Guard was like... There were only two of them. There were two in the... I forget what it's called in Aria of Sorrow, but it's the last level. It's the top floor. I guess that's not the last level. The last level in Aria of Sorrow is the fucking... the Shadowlands or whatever it's called. The Dark Dimension. The Shadow Realm. second to last level, top floor. But in Portrait of Ruin, like, I feel like I've seen so many more final guards than I have seen regular guards. There's only like one, there's like 2 regular guards that you ever see, and I feel like in Portrait of Ruin I see like 4 final guards. I'm thinking about where they all are. There's one in the Pinnacle, or in the fucking Master's Keep. There's one in the Nest of Evil. There's one just now in the Dark Academy. Is there another one that I'm forgetting? Yeah, there's one in 13th Street. So there's more of the final guard than there's of the regular guard. In New Game Plus on Charlotte has a really important tool. So I'll talk a little bit about New Game Plus. I should have a New Game Plus video up for Charlotte like I did for Jonathan. But I'll just say for now that the big difference between New Game Plus and not New Game Plus for Charlotte is, for one thing, I'm going to have an accessory that's going to make spellcasting faster, but I'm also going to have the Tome of Arms X from the very start. And the Tome of Arms X is a weapon for Charlotte that does holy damage, which can be pretty important. The only problem really is that the Salem witches, the holy ladies, not the witch ladies, but the other ladies. The holy ladies basically only take damage from physical attacks, so I sometimes have to swap to the 3rd Tome of Arms, which I think the route that I'm going to take is slightly inefficient, because Tome of Arms 3 is in the Burnt Paradise, but I usually do the Burnt Paradise last because it's my least favorite. And the later I do a level, the higher level I'll be, so the faster it'll be over with. And I think that's my reasoning for like why I do the Burnt Paradise last. But on Charlotte, it might actually be smarter to do the Burnt Paradise as soon as possible. But I don't know when exactly the Burnt Paradise becomes available. If the Burnt Paradise, no, I still need to do the Sandy Grave first, because excuse me. Sorry, because there's a few spots in the Burnt Paradise where having the Griffin Wing for Jonathan is convenient. That is like the one thing that I'll use Jonathan for in this video, by the way, is like if I need to like scale, if I just need to go pure vertically upwards, then I'll just swap to Jonathan and use his super jump instead of opening up the pause menu, swapping to owl form, using owl form, going to where I want to be, reopening the pause menu, swapping off owl form, and then going back to playing the game, just because I don't like menuing. It's the one thing about Charlotte that I don't like. And the fact that she only has 4 weapons means that she kind of gets her melee strength in big chunks, which means that like the damage for the Tome of Arms 2 is really good right after you get it, but then it falls off pretty fast, and you don't get the Tome of Arms 3 until the Burnt Paradise, which for me is going to be almost at the very end of the game. Like, having Tome of Arms 3 for this boss fight coming up here would be really fucking nice. No, use Tempest. I shouldn't use Summon Gunman for this boss. I should really use Tempest, but I'll see what happens. I wonder if well, I mean, I guess either one would be fine. Maybe you know what? Maybe I'm actually a little bit ahead of myself. I think my past self might be making the right call here. Because here's the thing. So the Frankenstein boss, I've talked about this a little bit before. Okay, I do sweep. Okay. The Frankenstein boss is really annoying to fight. The biggest issue for Charlotte is the fact that she can't do damage to it the way that Jonathan can. Like, Jonathan, I know damage to the Frankenstein boss on Jonathan, mostly just because I killed him so fast. So I just didn't have that many opportunities to fuck up. With Charlotte, see, I still actually don't know if Tempest would have been better than Summon Gunman. Because the thing about the Frankenstein boss is that So, okay, that attack right there, the machine gun attack, if you're playing as Charlotte, or Jonathan actually at this point in the game, because you don't have the super jump, the only way to avoid it is to be very far away from him when he starts the attack, and then jump over the bullets in a specific way. The problem, though, is that I'm using Tempest, and Tempest is supposed to be able to counter the machine gun attack, but the problem is the cast time. Like, by the time I know he's doing the machine gun attack, then I don't have time to get off another Tempest. And if I see... That's so fucking stupid. I was so annoyed at getting hit at the end there that I just completely derailed my train of thought for many, many seconds. The problem with using Tempest to counter the machine gun attack is by the time you know he's doing it, like, you already have to have Tempest ready, and so you're now put in the situation of, do I wait to cast Tempest? Do I just, like, sit there with Tempest, like, ready to go and wait for him to telegraph the machine gun attack? And if not, like, okay, what if he uses the lightning attack instead? Then I have to, like, cast and then move out of the way, and then the Tempest could be gone, and then by the time he's actually shooting, I might not be able to get it back up again, because you can't cast another Tempest. You can't start casting another Tempest until the first one completely dissipates. And the consequence of that is that you'll have, like, these dead zones where you can't cast, which means there will be periods of time in the fight where you can't get a Tempest off. So it's not like the kind of thing that you can just do, like, immediately on demand. You have to, like, you have to anticipate it or, like, have it ready ahead of time. And this fucking enemy is so fucking stupid. You have to be in such a specific position on the slope to not get hit by him when he pokes his head out. It's so annoying. And the slope is constantly pushing you down, too, so it's not like you find the spot and then you just stay there. It's like, no, you find the spot and then you have to, like, constantly fucking adjust. And if you adjust at the wrong time, because you have to, then he just hits you. And I thought for a while that you could just, like, go down up against his body and not get hit, but then if he... But then, like, that, like, just doesn't... But then if he... When he, like, pulls back to shoot the poison out, he, like, moves his mouth down and, like, hits you again. I don't know, it's, like, really frustrating, and it's really, really confusing. I had to kill the dodo for a quest. It's one of Wynn's quests. And something that's nice about Wynn's quests is that the game just checks to see if you've killed the thing or not. It's not like you have to get the quest first, then go kill it. If you've already killed the thing, then the quest just checks that. Then the quest will know that. You can just get the quest and then immediately turn it in. That fucking... The other problem with the Frankenstein fight... So the thing about the Frankenstein fight on Charlotte is the reason I wasn't sure if I was going to use Tempest... So you might be thinking, like, well, why wouldn't you use Tempest, right? Because if Tempest absorbs the machine gun shots and it absorbs the missile, then, like, why wouldn't you use it? Well, again, my first problem is that now you're kind of... You're no longer in charge of the pace of the fight or in charge of, like, when you deal damage. I mean, you kind of already aren't when it comes to the Frankenstein fight. But now it's like, you can't do any damage to him until... It's like now it's only really safe to use a Tempest in reaction to one of his attacks. And that means you're going to be spending a lot of time not doing any damage, which is not really what you want. With a boss that's that dangerous, you want him to be dead as soon as possible. And what Summon Gunman would do is would basically mean I wouldn't have to get up in his face to actually do damage to him, which is the problem with Tempest. It's that I need to be far away from him to dodge the machine gun attack, but I need to be close to him if I'm going to use Tempest. And if Tempest happens to catch the machine gun attack, that's fine. But if it comes out at like an awkward timing, then I'm just fucked. And I honestly don't think you can. I honestly don't think I have the time to cast Tempest again. Like as soon as I see him lift his arm up, or more accurately, well, it's that dead zone that I talked about, where like the old Tempest isn't totally gone yet, but now I need a new Tempest. Or like the old Tempest is just dissipated, so now I can just start casting. But as I'm casting, he's bringing his arm up, and now he's shooting me. It's like it's very risky, and it's very like dependent on the timing, and that's what I mean when I say that it takes like control. It takes away like your control over the fight, because now you're put in this shitty situation of when do I Tempest? Like, when is it safe to Tempest? Should I just fucking stand here and stare at him? Like, what am I supposed to do? Whereas Summoned Gunman would just mean you play the fight normally. Like, you just dodge everything, you don't try to intercept anything. And you can always do a lot of damage from a safe distance, so I don't know. Because the thing is that, like, in practice, Tempest is probably going to catch his attacks. Like that's what happened in that fight, is Tempest caught a couple machine gun shots and then a missile, I think, a missile or two. So, like, in practice, if you just, like, hit him with Tempest and then just kind of play the fight correctly, then it'll probably work out, but I dislike how, like, wishy-washy that feels. These fucking things. I hated these things in Symphony of the Night, and I really hate these things here. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. If I just need to... Oh god, that was close. If I just need to, like, get up somewhere, then I'll just swap to Jonathan. And here, there's going to be, I think, a dual crush down here, but I'm only going down here for map completion. I never... The only dual crushes I ever use are I use Holy Lightning for the Bronner fight. I use, excuse me. I use Axe Bomber on the Grim Reaper fight, or at least I'm supposed to. I would have if he had done what I thought he was going to do. And then I think I used Greatest 5 in the last fight, but I don't know. This is so fucking annoying. Wow, I'm really not drinking a potion here? Okay, I'm really mad. That's the only reason I wouldn't drink a potion there, is if I'm so pissed off about getting hit by that I just categorically refuse to let myself get hit again. Why am I... Use Piercing Beam. Use Piercing Beam, you doofus. They're all in a straight line. What the fuck are you... Okay, thank you. Jesus Christ. Yeah, see, and this is why Piercing Beam is good, because I now know what I'm going to hit when I cast it, which is something that I don't know with Spirit of Light. And, I mean, you know, they were standing in a straight line, so that makes it easier. I wish, you know what I wish Charlotte had? I wish Charlotte had, like hotkeys or something, or if I could, like, quick swap between two different spells. Like in Morrowind, you can bind, like, 10 different spells, so that is the fucking dumbest thing in the whole game. If an enemy is dead, it should just fucking die. Enemies should never do damage to you after they're dead. Period. In Morrowind, you can bind like 10 spells to like hotkeys, so that way you can like quick swap to them. And it would be really, really nice if I could do the same thing with Charlotte. Like if I could quick swap between like Piercing Beam and Explosion, then that would probably cut out half of the menuing that I do during this whole run. Thunderbolt is a lot like Explosion. I think it's probably like better in some situations. Explosion is cool because it does splash damage, like I already mentioned. Thunderbolt, to my knowledge, does not, but it basically does the same thing as Explosion, which is that it finds the enemies on the screen that you want to be dead and then kills them. I mean, I guess the way that it would work in the game is instead of like quick swapping between spells, I would just switch to Jonathan to fight things, but for my like fucked up way that I'm playing the game, I would like some like quick switch options. Maybe there's a mod that does that. I don't know. There's lots of mods for these DS games. There were a ton of mods for Dawn of Sorrow, at least. Which, I mean, if any game could use modding, it's Dawn of Sorrow, that's for sure. Although I'll say this again, I already said this. In retrospect, I kind of wish I had... Okay, I'm gonna stop myself for a second. That spot right there, with the bone thrower up above you on that little step, there are almost 0 ways to avoid getting hit by that. Because you can't hit him before... You can't, like, hit him ahead of time. I mean, maybe you could throw an axe up at him, but, like, you don't have time to intercept the projectile after you've jumped up towards him. Like, by the time you see him, and by the time he's attackable, he's already throwing the thing at you. And so by the time you get close enough to attack him, by the time you're, like, in range to do anything, by the time you can cast a spell, it's already hit you. That's one of the dumbest parts of the whole game. Even though it's, like, very, very, very fast and very brief, and on normal mode at least totally inconsequential, that part is really stupid. On hard mode, obviously he hits a lot harder, but on hard mode, I honestly don't know what Jonathan could do to not get hit there. Because you literally don't even have time to, like, swing a two-hander by the time to, like, intercept the thing before it already hits you. Charlotte can stop time, which I don't think I'm going to do once in this video, but I do all the time in my hard mode footage for her. As you would. This is so fucking stupid. What am I supposed to do? Like, seriously, what am I supposed to do when he does this? When this random dipshit, like, falls down from the sky and starts, like, spazzing out at 1,000,000 miles per hour between the platform and the floor, like, what am I supposed to do? This is, like... These new Castlevania games do this shit sometimes, and it's so stupid. Okay, I should just Thunderbolt this asshole. I think that's what I decide to do eventually, yeah. Do it. Fuck him up. Or no, is that a Tempest? Tempest, that works too, actually. That's probably even better, because these guys move so fast that Thunderbolt would probably just, like, randomly miss for no reason. These guys move so fast that Thunderbolt would randomly miss for no reason. It's not a random for no reason thing if you just explained why it was happening, Shovitar. Thunderbolt would miss because they move too fast. Whereas Tempest was covering a certain area. So that's why it worked. That's not like a... That's not like a Portrait of Ruin problem exactly. I guess I could blame Symphony of the Night for putting those guys in the game in the first place. What if we had an enemy that just, like, freaks the fuck out and, like, zooms around and the player never knows what they're gonna do, and they just, like, hit you for however much damage they feel like hitting you for. Or maybe I just need to get good, right? Don't fall down to fight that guy, yeah. Okay, that was just bad spell selection on my part. These are actually, like, this is one of the few parts of the game where you can consistently kill those guys. Well, yeah, just do this. Because, and do you want to know why those guys are killable? Do you want to know why, like, this situation works? It's because now you know where they're going to be. They're always going to end up at the bottom of that ramp in front of that little corridor. Now you actually know where they will be and like where they are, and that's why you can't kill them normally, because they can just be fucking anywhere, and they'll go towards you, but the route they take to go towards you and how they go towards you is totally different. At random, at like it, because like sometimes they'll jump long or jump short, and they're random on purpose. Like that's the idea. That's what I don't like. Okay, so here I'm finally gonna get to use Summon Gunman, which I thought I would be using more of before now, but I guess not. The mummy fight is tough for Charlotte because Charlotte doesn't have a tool that Jonathan has, which is the super jump. I think I said in my Jonathan mode video that this fight is like... This fight is a tutorial for the use of the super jump, because the super jump is useful to avoid his like wrapping attack, his like wrapping bandages attack. It's useful for the attack where he summons blocks from the floor. And then it can be used as like a get out of jail panic card to avoid some of the block attacks. But not having that doesn't make too much of a difference in actuality. You just kind of have to be a little bit smarter with... that attack really is the one you have to be more careful about, because now you can't just like stall in the air for an infinite amount of time to try to influence the path of the bandage. You have to just like bait it just on the floor and then jump over it. And yeah, the Summon Gunman, as you can see, does a ton of fucking damage, because the reason it does a ton of damage is because there's a delay, and because the damage is restricted to the floor, and because they do slash damage, and a lot of the bosses in this part of the game are weak to slash damage. A lot of bosses in general actually are kind of weak to slash damage now that I think about it. Cleopatra's weak to slash damage. Frankenstein's weak to slash damage. The Mummy's weak to slash damage. I think Stella and Loretta are both weak to slash damage, which is interesting. I don't know why so many enemies are weak to slash damage. I wonder if it was to incentivize using the using weapons besides the whip for Jonathan, because it is pretty tough to get the player to not use the whip, I think, and not just because like the whip is the Castlevania weapon, but because the whip is just a really useful weapon in general gameplay. Like, the thing that makes the whip good, and this has been the case all the way since Castlevania 1, is that it lets you attack enemies from a position of relative safety. It means that you can deal damage to enemies without risking getting too close to them to take contact damage. And I cannot believe, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe that hit me. I cannot believe that that ectoplasm was just chilling out outside of the screen where I couldn't see it for like 20 seconds before it finally shows up, gets hit by an explosion, hits me, and dies. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen of YouTube. What was I supposed to do there? What is the solution? How do you defeat an opponent that you cannot see? The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that he doesn't exist. I have been tricked. Now I have to live with the consequences. Anyway, as you can see, the Forgotten City is laid out in kind of like the opposite of how the Sandy Grave is laid out, where the Sandy Grave starts off on the sand and then ends like in the middle. This one starts off on the sand, you go to the middle, then you go back up to the sand again. So the top is the bottom and the bottom is the top. And it's fitting, actually, that the boss is in the middle, because I think that's where... I think that in actual pyramids, like, I think the pyramids themselves are actually just monuments over underground tombs. And so where the pharaoh, or the mummy where the pharaoh actually would be under the pyramid, I think. I don't know for sure. I'm not an Egyptologist. But I know that they didn't get... I know the ancient Egyptians didn't access their underground tombs by killing giant poison-breathing sandworms, though. Although there might be some giant poison-breathing sandworms in the new Netflix documentary, I don't know. Anyway, that's the Forgotten City. It's a little bit more annoying to do on Charlotte than it is on Jonathan because there's a couple... Because the armored fleamen are really the most... Like, the gap between like how easy it is to kill something on Jonathan and how easy it is to kill something on Charlotte is most apparent. Is largest for like the armored fleamen, and I guess I'd say that's about it. Oh yeah, the reason I forgot to mention why I'm doing 13th Street before Burnt Paradise. So I did Forgotten City before Burnt Paradise to get the super jump. I'm doing 13th Street before Burnt Paradise to get the winged boots. And the winged boots are better versions of the Mercury boots, and the Mercury boots were the things that I got in the Dark Academy that make me walk faster. So the winged boots are going to let me run even faster than before. So even though the Burnt Paradise has Charlotte's Tome of Arms 3, my general prioritization still means that I have to do it last. Although, I don't know. I maybe could do Burnt... Because I'm thinking about the boss of 13th Street. Because the boss of 13th Street is weak to slash, and... Although, how much do I really melee that thing? I don't remember. That was fucking scary. Usually hitting the bomb is supposed to like deflect it back towards the thing that shot it, but there it just kind of like hung in the air for a little bit. Mothman. It's my understanding that Mothman is actually an enemy from Dawn of Sorrow, but in order to get Mothman to show up in Dawn of Sorrow, you have to like do some puzzle that I didn't do, because my feelings towards the game by the end were basically just like vitriolic, bubbling contempt, and that's not the kind of emotional state that makes you want to like 100% complete a game. is when you despise it with every core of your the core of your being. There are parts of Portrait of Ruin that I really hate and that make me really mad, but with Dawn of Sorrow it was like the whole game was annoying to me. Whereas the Portrait of Ruin is very good at like use piercing beam, you doofus. Maybe I just think it's cool that I'm making skeletons pop up, but what I'm doing here is I'm trying to summon the Ghoul King for a quest. And the Ghoul King is weak to... There he is, and now I can't kill him because I don't have... do I have a... Yes. Do it. Fuck. He despawned. Whatever. Yeah, that's the kind of situation where dual crushes are useful, when if it's like a panic button. And unfortunately, the fact that the Ghoul King spawned and then despawned means that he can't spawn again until I leave and go back to the room. And here I'm doing what I should have been doing from the start, which is just using fucking Piercing Beam. Because Piercing Beam shreds these guys. Although I don't even know how that ghoul got that close to me in the first place. The Ghoul King is dangerous because he poisons you. On hard mode, every ghoul poisons you, which makes him kind of less special, but here... Why didn't I get poisoned? Did he not hit me? I could have sworn he hit me. I took 64 damage there, didn't I? I'm very confused. This game is haunted. It's haunted by Hitler's ghost, because it's a game about World War II. Ah, shit. And you know, it's funny... I guess I'll talk about this now that I don't have anything else to... Well, actually, do I have anything to say about 13th Street? No, I do have some things to say about 13th Street and Charlotte, but most of the interesting things that have to do with how I play 13th Street on Charlotte come up in the hard mode footage. So, oh, actually, this part coming up is kind of a real shit show. So, okay, do you remember what I said about the Hunchbacks and how they're annoying? Because I don't get them? Well, the only thing that could make that worse is if the Hunchbacks also sometimes randomly threw knives at you so that you can't really even consistently just outrange them to avoid them. Where like, even if they're all the way over there, they might still hit you. That's what these guys are. These are rippers. And this is fucking stupid. Like, this is actually a bigger difference than the armored fleamen between, like, the capabilities of Jonathan and the capabilities of Charlotte, where Charlotte just has a way harder time killing these guys. Like, this might seem like it's working out okay, and it is working out okay, but the fact of the matter is that I'm basically relying on them to jump into my Tempest. And if they don't do it, because I don't know what makes them do that or not do that, so if they don't do it, then I'm shit out of luck, and if they do, it's like, well, good, it worked out, but I didn't really, like, do anything to make that happen. I just kind of hoped that they would jump into it. I guess the one thing I am doing is I'm summoning the Tempest, then walking forward to, like, activate them, because obviously they won't attack you until they know you're there, and they don't know you're there until you get close enough to them. So having an active Tempest at the very start means that if they do decide to jump towards you, which I don't know what makes them do that or not do that, then they will die. Because I think Rippers are also weak to slash damage. Which is why that strategy works in the first place. There's actually a much simpler strategy that I could have used, but again, I'm not gonna... I think I'm gonna save talking about that until the hard mode footage, because on hard mode I actually do come up with a much better strategy for navigating this level in general. These are the enemies I was talking about before, the holy ladies that you can only really fight with the melee weapon. It's whatever. The reason that it doesn't really matter whether I fight them with... Just use Tempest. I shouldn't be trying to explosion them there, because, like, again, by the time I see them, once they're on the screen so that they can be explosioned, they can now see me, which means they can now start spazzing out, which means explosion doesn't hit them and I get hit. So Tempest is actually a pretty good strategy for dealing with them, because explosion targets them, but they jump around so much that it just see, this is exactly what I'm talking about, it just doesn't fucking hit them. I think I only went down there to get... He still fucking hits me? Whatever. Oh, this is so dangerous? Okay. I think I could probably actually kill these guys with Piercing Beam, but I don't know. For some reason, I just got used to skipping that room, so that's just what I did. Can I... Okay, good. It just barely doesn't curve up, arc out. I wasn't sure if his little, like, magic breath was gonna curve up high enough to hit me up there. I'd actually never tried doing that before, but fortunately it just barely missed me. Maybe Summon Gunman would be good against Rippers. No, because if they jump, then they just don't get hit. I'm gonna have a real cool example of the limitations of Summon Gunman later in the footage, I think, when I get to the Nest of Evil, but I'm gonna wait to talk about that until it happens, because it's actually fucking extraordinary. Yeah, so the reason why fighting these things isn't that big of a deal is because, as you can see, if they take enough damage, they, like, stagger. So they're never really that threatening, because you can just start hitting them and, like, interrupt them and, like, stop them from doing anything, and then they just kind of die. So Tome of Arms 3 there or not there just means they die. It means they die faster, but they're never a serious threat, so whether they die quickly or not doesn't really make a difference. And they die fast enough anyway, basically. And this is what's especially important about the way that they stagger is that, or I don't know what you would call that exactly, but you can see it. It's when they throw their heads back and they're, like, getting, like, damage recoiled, I guess you'd call it. I don't know what you'd call it, but what's important about that is that not only do they get knocked back, but they get knocked up, which makes it easier for them to get hit. Because like, some of them back there were, like, inside of floors, and that's a lot harder to, It's hard to hit enemies when they're inside the floor, believe it or not. Yeah, I say explosion just hits whatever's on the screen, but it doesn't really, because there is kind of a delay. Which is why I have to wait until these ghost dancers are not moving to try to hit them with that. Can I kill this guy with just explosion? Let's find out. Okay, oh wow, okay. I always forget, man. For some reason I thought he had more health than that, but I think those guys only have like 800 health. Part of what took me so long to figure out how to fight these guys is the fact that, like, so many of these games are so picky about you being too close to enemies. But with this guy, most of the time his sword doesn't exist. Unless his sword is literally swinging at you, you can just jump through it. And, yeah, like right there. He brought his sword up right through me and it didn't matter. I didn't get that for a long time. So I was, like, giving him way more space than I needed to. Which actually kind of fucked me, because Order of Ecclesia goes back to being super picky about that kind of thing again. So it took some time to unlearn. What the fuck is an Oleorumnus, by the way? Does anyone know what the hell that means? Because in Symphony of the Night they were just called Salem Witches. Maybe it's like a butchered like Japanese thing where like, because this happens sometimes where Japanese will render a non-Japanese word in katakana, and then when the time comes for the game to be localized, rather than the localizers just changing the non-Japanese word, just using the original non-Japanese word that the Japanese were trying to replicate, they'll like take the Japanese pronunciation of a non-Japanese word and then just like use that. So I wonder if something like that's going on. Like, what's a good example? Like, let's say that there was a Japanese enemy and they called it like bat, and so the way you'd render that in Japanese would be like bato, or something like that. And so then when the time comes for the game to be localized, instead of just calling the enemy a bat, they call it like bato. I don't know if that specifically has ever happened before, but that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. And I know that's been done before, but I can't think of any examples right now. This music is pretty good, but this music's from Bloodlines. It's actually, in retrospect, it's actually shocking that the two main characters of Portrait of Ruin weren't a Morris and a Lacard. Like, it's actually incredible that Charlotte isn't related to Eric Lacard at all. I'm sure that was the original idea, but I guess they changed their mind. Which is fine, because it created a more interesting storyline and a more interesting way to, like, Jonathan and Eric, or John and Eric are both, like, posthumously incorporated into the story, which is interesting. Oh, this room is actually pretty tough to clear on Charlotte because, well, I mean, not really. It's normal mode, so I'm never really gonna, like, I'm not really in danger of dying, but I should say it's annoying to clear on Charlotte, because I have to... See, this is the problem. Like... It's so dumb, dude. Like... What am I supposed to do? Are you guys seeing this shit? There, thank you. I have to, like... I guess what I should have done is Tempest more preemptively than I did, and not even let them get on Charlotte. I mean, okay, what I'm supposed to do is swap to Jonathan and just use the shuriken and fucking kill them, but... What am I supposed to do with the stipulations that I've given myself, is what I mean. I really don't want to fight this guy. I actually hate these things, because I hate anything that just, like, flies into you or just, like, walks into you. Those are my least favorite kind of enemies in any of these games. Enemies that don't have, like, an attack that they telegraph with certain characteristics that you then have to dodge, enemies that just fucking walk into you. It's like the most brain-dead enemy design. And it's so annoying. Fortunately, Portrait of Ruin doesn't really do that much. Am I gonna... yeah, just do that shit again. Fuck you. This is where dual crushes are good, where it's just like a fuck you button. The first fuck you button we've had since Castlevania Legends. Those of you who don't know, Castlevania Legends, not a very good game. It's not like atrocious, it's just not very interesting. But Castlevania Legends has this really bizarre mechanic where once per level you can become completely invincible for 30 seconds. Oh my god, this is so scary. Oh my god, I don't want it. I'm really doing this. Oh, this is so risky. I really don't want to drink a potion. Oh, okay. Oh my god, I'm completely insane. I should never be that close to death on normal mode. That is a consequence of the fact that the Rippers are fucking stupid and shouldn't exist. Or, okay, I guess, or I should have just swapped to Jonathan. I get it. Okay, boss of 13th Street. Summon Gunman. So, the werewolf boss is a very interesting boss. He's very tricky. The whole trick to the fight, or the trick to the way I do the fight, is you want to bait a certain attack he does. That attack right there. And you want to basically bait him into doing that over and over again. You bait him into doing that, then you jump over him, and you bait him into doing that again. Because otherwise, he's just harder. I mean, it's always going to be easier to kill a boss if he's just doing the same thing over and over again that you can easily dodge. What's tricky is figuring out how you bait that attack out of him. Because sometimes, okay, fortunately, he stopped doing it right before he died. So it didn't end up being a problem. Because you have to be, like, on one side of him, and then also, I think, maybe close enough to him for long enough for him to decide to do that attack. And I have the timing down for Jonathan. For Jonathan, it's like one sub-weapon throw, one sword swing, one sub-weapon throw, and then you jump back over again. But the thing is that Jonathan has access to the super jump. So if I'm a little bit too early, then I can kind of like hang in front of him with the super jump for longer and then get him to use the attack. But with Charlotte, because she only has a double jump, if I mess up the timing, I mess up the timing, and I'm done. So here, I finally made it to the Burnt Paradise. Let's see how this goes. I think it's gonna go okay. Because I think, I actually practiced the Burnt Paradise on Charlotte. A lot. That's because there's... partially just because I wanted to get through it fast, and partially just because I wanted to, well, mostly just because I wanted to get through it fast, and I realized the best way to... excuse me again, to consistently get through something quickly would be to just actually practice it and figure out how to do it. So this is going to seem... my pathway here is going to be a little bit more decisive than it was in my previous zones, because this zone I actually practiced for Charlotte. Oh, that was fucking close. Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of thing I wanted to avoid by practicing, was not... and it wasn't really until I did my hard mode run that I had a really good system for dealing with that one spot in particular, because you have to fall down, because what I didn't want to do was I didn't want to fall down into the green slime, because the green slime poisons you and curses you, and that just like drives me insane. So I wanted to try to avoid it, but the problem is that once you're far down the screen enough, the green slime will basically follow you such that it's always underneath you. So it's just really hard to avoid it. And then here, yeah, that's a situation where explosion actually does kill them because they're constantly like jumping back into the explosion area. This is what I wanted Griffin Wing for. There's no practical difference there between using Griffin Wing and turning into an owl. You might think, well, wouldn't turning into an owl be more dangerous because the armored guys with the bomb guns will shoot at you? You'd think so, but no, they just kind of don't. They just kind of don't shoot at you. They don't really react to your presence at all, um, which is very odd. But it's good. It's good 'cause it gives me an excuse to not do any extra menuing to swap to owl form and back up again. Because if using the Griffin Wing there actually did give me a material advantage, I would probably not. I'd probably be tempted not to do it. Just because I would feel like I was like using Jonathan in a spot where it actually like mattered instead of just using Charlotte for everything, but fortunately it didn't matter. Yeah, I think those green slimes are the main reason why I practice this stage on Charlotte, because I hate getting hit by status effects, because it means I have to open the fucking menu and drink potions, and like I've already said, I have a problem with menuing. I have a problem with, like, I want the pace to be fast. and not Nation of Fools, the Burnt Paradise just has a lot of shit that just kind of like comes out of nowhere and hits you. Like Vice Beetles that poison you, just like wandering in from off the screen, or like falling down onto green slimes, or like this shit, the room's full of fucking rippers, like. So it's much more likely to kind of like ambush you with really dangerous shit than other zones are. So that's why it's also beneficial to actually practice it and kind of get it down. And that's also why I save it for last. Not only do I personally dislike it, but I think it's probably the most dangerous of the 4 zones. And that's especially the case on hard mode. So here we have the fourth of the four latter half of the game painting bosses, and I think I'm deciding whether or not to use Spirit of Light or something else. I guess Spirit of Light's ultimately the best option because this boss is only weak to Holy. So the reason I was hesitating there is because Spirit of Light has a bad habit of just not hitting this boss, and the issue, ladies and gentlemen, is real estate. The problem is that Spirit of Light can only aim at and hit things that are on the screen, right? And you are always in the middle of the screen, which means that if I want to hit something with Spirit of Light, it has to be on the left side of the screen here. But the Medusa head does this thing, and this is what makes the fight hard, is the fact that she's constantly like swaying back and forth like that, which means that she can very frequently, well, I guess she barely got hit there, but she can very frequently just like move out of Spirit of Light's range. That is like the best case scenario there. Sometimes it can hit her twice, and that's great, but usually that doesn't happen. Usually what happens is like, it's hard to be, you have to like be in this sweet spot position where you're both far enough away from her to not be in danger, and also close enough to her that when you shoot Spirit of Light, it actually hits her. And obviously you can't use Piercing Beam because it'll just go right under her, and like I said, Holy is the only spell that she's weak to, so it doesn't really make sense to use like Explosion or Thunderbolt, although those might, I don't know, that was fucking fast. What the hell? Well, okay. I guess that's the consequence of Holy damage. I'm surprised at how fast that was. And how like smooth that was. I thought that was going to be more like awkward, but I guess, huh. I guess I figured it out. Oh, good for me. I'm surprised by my own competence there. Unfortunately, I don't get to leave yet, because I still have a whole half of the map to explore, and these fucking things need to die in a pit. That's the other thing that makes the Burnt Paradise dangerous, is the simple presence of those petrification Medusa heads. I would probably like the Nation of Fools and the Burnt Paradise like 30% more if they had better music. I think this music is pretty boring. And this is a point I already made, so I'm not going to belabor this, but it's another thing to know about those green slimes, by the way, is that they have a fucking ton of health. You might have noticed that Spirit of Light hit it for like 156 there, and it didn't die. So, I don't know how much health they have exactly, but it's a fucking shit ton. I don't even know what that ring does, actually. But it doesn't... I looked at it and it didn't do anything that was immediately useful, so I just ignored it. Come on, man. This shit's stupid, too. Like, this little section here, with the Rippers, like, jumping up at you, and, like, If I could just figure out how they worked, man. If I could just figure out like what makes them move in certain ways and when, then I could fight them, no problem. But I just can't figure it out. Oh well. It's not like that would make the game a cakewalk, you know what I mean? It's not like the difficulty of the game is contingent upon the Rippers being unpredictable. Did I talk at all about these double axe armor guys? Yeah, so I really don't like those because of that attack right there that you just saw him do, where he does like the super, like the wave, like the white wave that damages you. My problem with that attack isn't that he has it. My problem with that attack is that the telegraph for that attack is almost identical to the telegraph for just throwing an axe. The only difference is that he kind of holds it for longer, but I feel like by the time you notice that he's doing that, I feel like it's kind of like too late. And so the optimal solution is to just sort of react as if that's always what he's going to do, but that can kind of put you in a situation where, well, I guess it works out either way, because the solution there is just a double jump over it, and so double jumping would also avoid an overhand axe throw, but it's just frustrating that it's hard for me to tell like what he's going to do until he does it. That bomb knight can actually shoot the explosion. If he shoots his gun, the explosion can actually hit you through that brick wall. I remember that happened to me once, and it does a ton of damage. It does like 250 or like 300 damage. So you really don't want to get hit by that. Charlotte would probably take less. I think it did 250 at a Jonathan, but I bet on Charlotte it would do less because it's magic damage. I also want to point out, speaking of health, that Ripper back there got hit by explosion for 78 damage and it didn't die. That's because the Rippers have 79 health. I actually did look this up. Because I desperately wanted to know how much health they had, because I think they have too much. This is why I can't imagine playing this game like hard mode max level 1 on a fresh file, because like how the fuck do you ever like not just die to those things? Because they're hitting you on hard mode, they hit you for like 150, and in max level 1 the most health you can ever have is like 400 something, 428 or something like that. So I just feel like you just get shredded. And you can't, and on a fresh file, you like can't do any fucking damage because you don't have the Konami man, you don't have any like stats, so I don't get it. That is what I will say about this game, is that these later games, this game in Order of Ecclesia mostly, is that I do appreciate the fact that things like hard mode max level 1 exist, because a common complaint I've seen people make about these later Castlevania games, these like, you know, Metroid style Castlevania games, is like, oh well, the classic games are harder, and that's true, like in terms of the default way you play the game, but I don't think anything in a classic Castlevania game would be as hard as like max level 1 hard mode fresh file Order of Ecclesia or something. Like I don't think anything is harder than that. And the difference is scale. Because Dracula's, and I've made this point before, but I'll just make it again. Like Dracula's Curse is about like 50 minutes long. Chronicles original mode is like also 50 minutes long, maybe 45, I guess, if you go like pretty fast. So it's like you only have to, like, and those games are really hard. Those are really hard games, but you only have to play really, really well for that span of time. But for something like Order of Ecclesia or Portrait of Ruin, if you really wanted to do like deathless level 1 hard mode fresh file clears, you would have to play really well for like 4 hours. And that is a tall fucking order. It's like, yes, these games have healing items, but the damage you take in hard mode is so insane that sometimes, like, you can just get wombo comboed and you won't even necessarily have time to drink a healing item before you're dead, and you could just, like, run out. Because, like, if you're just constantly taking hits and every hit is putting you down to half health, like, every hit means you have to drink another high potion. You can only carry 9 of them at a time, so it's like you could still absolutely die, even with healing items. So what but my point is that I'm glad that they sort of adhered to the idea that Castlevania games should be hard. And they put in ways to play the game that if you really want to absolutely minutely master the game, and experience a really brutal challenge, you could still do that. That's obviously not quite what I did. I kind of... what am I doing here? Oh, I think I'm going to do the Abandoned Greed quest. Yeah, the hardest quest in the game, where you have to do math to figure out how to buy and sell things such that you end up with 0 gold, which I was always really terrible at. 45, sell it. Okay, good. Phew. That was so fucking fortunate. Three potions, then buy anti-venom. Yeah. Or an uncurse. Perfect. That was a lot easier for me in this run than it was in my Jonathan run, which is actually kind of like a character appropriate thing, right? Because Charlotte's supposed to be way smarter than Jonathan, so that's kind of like a what do you call it? Am I like 1 off? No, I just need to equip a blue cape. Yeah, or that works too. That's interesting. The changing equipment got rid of my int buff. I don't know why it would do that. Maybe it's like a thing to prevent you from like, I don't know why it would do that. Anyway, so I have the Nest of Evil quest. I actually don't really need to do any more quests. So I don't think I'm going to. Because I would need to do more quests on Jonathan because I would want the cross. But I actually am going to have to go back to the Dark Academy anyway because I only have 886% right now and I need 888%. And I'm pretty sure, this is what I was talking about before, where I'm pretty sure if I'd filled out that one room in the Sandy Grave, I think that might have given me enough to hit the 888% threshold. But if not, going back to the Dark Academy and going back to 13th Street should cover it. I hope I don't have to go back to 13th Street. I hope I just have to go back to the Dark Academy, because it would kind of suck if I didn't. But this is only 2 squares. Are 2 squares of the Dark Academy going to give me like 1 point whatever percent that I need? I actually don't remember. Let's find out together, shall we? This music is really good. It's nice that they salvaged something from Haunted Castle. You know, my understanding of Haunted Castle is that it's kind of a disaster as an actual game, but that the music is really good. That's what everybody says about it. You have to stand totally still, by the way. I tried doing a thing once where I was like holding up to do the pose while I waited for the guy to show up, but he doesn't show up. You have to do literally 0 inputs while you wait for him. I don't know what that's all about, but whatever. The Astral Brooch. That's a really interesting item that I never really found a spot to use. It makes it so that if you take damage, it drains your MP instead of your HP, which I mentioned, I think, way back in my last video, that's how the summoning a companion thing works, where, like, you can have companions out to fight enemies alongside you, but the caveat is that if they take damage, you lose MP. The Astral Brooch makes it so that applies to you, so that way if you take damage, you lose MP. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I probably could have used that in a couple spots towards the late game. The reason I didn't, the reason I didn't do that is because, I don't know, I just kind of disliked the idea of, like, because the parts of the game that are really dangerous, I feel like I want MP all the time to be able to respond to them. But really, looking back at it, the way that those fights actually played out, I had plenty of MP to spare, so I actually could have put the Astral Brooch on during a couple of spots in the late game, and it really would have made it a lot cleaner. So, oh well. The benefits of hindsight. And it might seem crazy to you guys, like how do you not figure out that that's really good? But I don't know. I just didn't like the idea of suddenly not having resources available to me. That I wish I could have had. Yeah, this is what I was mentioning a while ago. Something about the Belmonts. Like, they go out of their way to establish that... What the fuck? That still wasn't enough? Oh, God. Okay, well, shit. Ugh, yeah, those squares in the Sandy Grave definitely would have prevented this. Damn it. Whatever. Fuck. Yeah, I'm pissed, so I don't even want to jump up the platforms. That's so frustrating. I mean, I could have restarted the whole run, I guess, but I didn't want to do that, because at this point we're like 4 hours in, three and a half hours in. And this doesn't take super long, especially with the winged boots. You just have to run through a couple rooms, drop down, then jump back up again. So, whatever. And actually, if I didn't need the cross for Jonathan, why would I even get the quest? Why wouldn't I just go right to 13th Street to fill out the map? This run is very messy, especially towards the end. This has been okay so far, but things are gonna get a lot worse pretty soon if memory serves. Because once I actually get into the Nest of Evil, that's when things start getting like really rough. Not as bad as they do in my hard mode run, though. My hard mode Charlotte run is kind of just like a disaster for the entire back half. But here, I think it's not going to start being a total shit show until we get to the Nest of Evil, because this has been pretty good. The Burnt Paradise is pretty good. Frankenstein fight was pretty good. I only got hit once. Or no, I got hit. Didn't I get hit? What did I get hit by? I got hit by something. Fuck, I'd like just watched this and I don't remember what happened. What the fuck is up with me? Anyway. Like I said, Nest of Evil. We're finally done with our circuitous world tour to get the fucking map completion percentage that the game thinks is so important. So I can finally get to the last level of the game. I understand the idea of, that's what I wanted. I wanted Lost Page. Okay, now I remember. That's why I was doing all those quests, because I needed, Okay, so Lost Page is a quest that takes you, that tells you to go to the Nest of Evil to get something for Charlotte, and that gives her the Tome of Arms X, which is her melee weapon that does holy damage. And I really want that for Bronner, and I really want that for the final boss, so... That's what that was all about. Okay, never mind. I was giving myself... Oh, and the Sage Ring is also really good, because the Sage Ring increases MP recovery rate. And Charlotte already has pretty darn good MP recovery rate, so that just makes it even better. And that would be another reason why the Astral Brute would probably be really good, because now if your MP is your health, then you could be constantly regenerating your health. So, kind of a bonehead move, actually, to not utilize that at all when I could have. Very, very, very stupid in retrospect. Yeah, here's me stocking up on all these items for the Nest of Evil. Really, the Nest of Evil is the place where healing items are actually going to become... I don't think I've used a single healing item so far, have I? I should have during 13th Street when I got out of the basement with like 17 health or whatever, but I didn't because I was stubborn. Because that was sort of a soft requirement that I gave myself for these runs, was no healing items on hard mode is not really feasible, but no healing items on normal is totally doable. Until you get to the Nest of Evil, it's still doable with the Nest of Evil, but like in the Nest of Evil, there are things that can go very, very wrong that I think would make healing items a necessity. This is like, I would feel pretty good about getting through the rest of the game without healing items, but the Nest of Evil specifically is just a total like shit show. Not at first. It's really, you know what, to be totally real with you, it's one floor. There's just, because the Nest of Evil is divided up into what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 floors, and then a boss at the very end. Well, there's a boss at the end of every floor, then there's an extra boss at the very end of the whole thing. And it's really the 5th floor where it just becomes a ludicrous... Oh, use Piercing Beam! What are you doing? Oh, this is so bad. Oh, okay. What the fuck? Alright. I guess I didn't want to swap out. That right there. I know I said that it's not until floor 5 that the Nest of Evil becomes a shit show, but... like, what was I supposed to do there? You might think slide kick under him, right? But I'm pretty sure he was too close to the floor to slide kick. So all I really could do was go upwards to dodge the projectiles. I guess maybe if I'd timed it, like, perfectly, then maybe. But... I don't know. The Nest of Evil also is just like an order of magnitude easier on normal mode than it is on hard mode. Like on hard mode, the light keepers there, they walk super fast, so you have to respond to them a lot faster on hard mode. It doesn't really make a difference. What I just did there for Charlotte would work either hard mode or normal mode. This room is a much bigger problem on hard mode because they walk faster, and that simple alteration means that the time you have to kill them is way smaller. Although again, I'm pretty sure that would work either way. Most of the Charlotte strategies for clearing these rooms work on hard and normal mode, with a couple of big exceptions, which I'll talk about when we get to them. Yeah, Explosion is not the right call for this guy. I should just be using Rock Riot. I don't know why I put Explosion on. What I really want is Acidic Bubbles, but I don't have that because it didn't drop. Ha ha ha. Put on Rock Riot, you doofus. Thank you. It's not great, but it's the best solution I have available to me. This is really riveting, huh? This is just such a great enemy to put in the game. Yeah, that happens to me a lot on Charlotte, because I have to get close. I have to get really close to him to damage him, and when he puts up his little shield to block, it's like not technically an attack, but it still turns his shield into something that can damage you. So fighting this guy on Charlotte is basically the same as fighting him on Jonathan. It just kind of takes longer because it's just about being patient and not getting too greedy and not attacking too much. You just have to like be ready for his attacks. You have to get get the timing down, like how long it takes him between attacks, not do that. That happened because I attacked one more time than I should have because I got greedy, which is exactly what I was talking about. Fortunately, on normal mode, somehow that only does 38 damage. On hard mode, that would do a lot more, so it doesn't really matter, but that's the whole point of that fight is, like, don't attack too much, because if you're attacking while he winds up one of his attacks, then it's just gonna fucking hit you. And I don't go back to the save station. Interesting. See, I was still using Explosion here, but Thunderbolt would actually be better, because Thunderbolt would do the same thing that Explosion does, which is hit all of these enemies, but it does more damage to the armors, because all armor enemies are weak to lightning. And also, you notice that I got hit there by nothing. I really don't know what hit me there, but apparently I took 4 damage from something. That right there is kind of a risky strategy, because the explosion, like whether Explosion kills that ruler sword or doesn't kill the ruler sword is sort of like, maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't happen. Because that's the thing about Explosion, is that it hits everything, except when sometimes it doesn't. Like, you'll notice that the first time I cast Explosion there, the ruler sword actually didn't get hit at all. Okay, this room is the biggest example of the differences between hard mode and normal mode. Because in hard mode, the armored fleamen walk really fast, and Charlotte has basically no way to clear this room on hard mode, except for one that I was able to figure out, which you'll see in the video, so I'm not really going to talk about it, but it's literally a situation where there's one viable solution, because they literally don't give you time to cast any spells. By the time you would get off like Explosion or Tempest or Thunderbolt or anything like that, they're already on top of you and they're already hitting you and they're interrupting your spellcast, so Sometimes, okay, usually when I fight this guy, I'll swap to the Book of Death that I got from the Sandy Grave, and then hit him with it, because that does, like, dark damage, and he's only weak to, like, magic attacks, but there I think I just didn't give a fuck, and I was resolved, because I want to save my MP, so that way after I kill Gurgoth here, I can just go straight to the next floor, but I guess there I just, like, stopped caring. Maybe at this point I was already resigned to going back to the save station to heal up before the next floor. So maybe I figured, like, whatever. Yeah, this guy is not... I don't know. Maybe it's just because I was so used to him from all the time I spent with Dawn of Sorrow fighting him, but he's really not that hard on Portrait of Ruin. And you know what it is? It's the winged boots. The fact that the winged boots lets you move so fast means that his jump is literally never threatening, because you have so much... You move so fast that you can always avoid getting hit by it. That's actually the difference maker there. And for all I know, I'm just using healing items. Okay, this is interesting. I guess I figured that if I didn't need healing items to survive, I would just use healing items for, like, convenience. So that way I wouldn't have to go back to the save station between every floor and just, like, waste more time. That's fine. That's fine. Because you can teleport, between every floor of the Nest of Evil, you can teleport back up to the entrance and use a save station. But of course that takes time, and I didn't want to do that unless I had to. Yeah, the Yoriks are actually kind of dangerous. Their skulls, because they can kick their skulls at you from pretty far off the screen, and if the skulls actually hit you, they do a lot of damage. Because they hit you, like, multiple times. They'll, like, keep rolling into you, and sometimes they'll, like, fucking stun lock you. It's really frustrating, but it's not that hard to make sure that it doesn't happen. You just have to, like, always be ready to backdash away from them when they get to you. So this room is, like... Okay. This is actually an example of a room that's basically fine in the base game, but on Richter mode is almost impossible, but I'm going to wait to talk about that. This is also where Piercing Beam becomes really useful, actually, in the Nest of Evil, because every room in the Nest of Evil is just a featureless, flat ground, so Piercing Beam will basically almost always hit what you want it to. So the third boss here, Zephyr, is also weak to Slash, which is why I'm using Summon Gunman. This is basically just an advanced version of the strategy that I used to fight him with Yoko in Dawn of Sorrow, which is just maintain distance, and then that is the fucking dumbest shit. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Because, okay, like... Oh, I'm so fucking pissed off. Okay, so, like... If he keeps walking towards you, you can't just let him keep walking forward into you, because if you do that, he will eventually hit you, right? So I had to jump over him because he was getting too close to me. But then the second I decide to jump over him is when he does his, like, jump up in the air attack, and it's pure fucking RNG. And it's so fucking frustrating, because that boss, that should be a no damage every time. Especially considering how much experience I've had, like, fighting that guy. Like, I know exactly what to do. But then he'll just, like... It's so fucking stupid. It's exactly what I mean. It's an example of something that I talked about before, which is a no-win situation, where there's no good decision to make in that situation, because obviously if you jump over him, you risk him doing that. But then if you just fucking sit there, then he'll just hit you eventually, right? Like, you can't just sit there and just wait for him to get too close to you. Because that's why maintaining distance on Zephyr is so important, because you need a certain buffer of distance for Zephyr to avoid his attacks. So if he's closing distance, you can't just, like, let him do that. And I don't think you can, like, bait him. I don't think you can, I don't think you can, like, jump towards him to get him to do the jump up attack. You can do that with some enemies. Like the doppelganger, the whole, like, way you fight the doppelganger is, like, baiting him into jumping. But, like, in some difficulties, in Richter mode anyway. Oh, it's funny. I could have just used Piercing Beam. I think I could have charged it up fast enough, but oh well. That works too. This is fucking risky. I should just put on Spirit of Light. Oh, this is so fucking bad. Oh, okay. Oh, that's why I did it, because Piercing Beam automatically hits the other one because it's, like, off the screen. So, This is what I bought Ice Needle for. This is pretty much the only thing I use it for. It's because Agony is weak to ice, bewilderingly, and as you can see, it does a fucking million damage. What's funny about this fight is that, you know, I never played Dawn of Sorrow on hard mode. The thing about Dawn of Sorrow on hard mode is the Dawn of Sorrow on hard mode is not just a numerical change. It also affects some of the boss behaviors. And Agony on hard mode, when he jumps up into the sky and then comes back down, he does it faster on hard mode than he does on normal mode. And that change is actually, yeah, see, he dies super fucking fast with Ice Needle. And that change is actually preserved through Portrait of Ruin. So when I got to Portrait of Ruin hard mode, he was like zooming up and down the screen super fast, and it fucked me up like the first several times he did it because I'd never encountered it before. So here is the 20 karat gold pile of shit that is the double Frankenstein room on Charlotte. And I mentioned in my hard mode Jonathan level 1 video that I watched a video once of a guy no damaging this room on Charlotte on max level 1 hard mode. And I said in that video that I swear to God the motherfucker is cheating. Because here's what happens. Here's what he does in the video, right? What he does is he does basically exactly this. I skipped a step. He puts up the first Clear Skies towards the beginning of the room, because as you can see, Clear Skies blocks all of the projectile attacks. It blocks the machine gun, and it blocks the missile. And then he just sort of stays in the corner. But for some fucking reason, okay, this was my mistake. I shouldn't have put the I didn't position the Clear Skies correctly, because now I'm getting hit by the missiles. So this part was my fault. But the bigger issue here is look at the Frankensteins. Do you see how I can't see one of them, and how therefore I can't see what they're doing? In the video that I watched, he crouches in the corner, and magically, they both just stay on the screen. They don't do what they actually do in the game, which is one of them just fucking wanders off the screen so you can't see what the fuck he's doing. So it's like I don't get how he did that. I don't get how he got one of them, how he got both of them to stay on the screen the whole time. Because that's half of the reason why that fight is hard, is that they just fucking walk away from you and you can't see what they're doing. So I don't know what the hell he did to, like, manipulate the AI to get them to not do that, but I couldn't figure it out. I, like, couldn't replicate it. It seemed like sometimes he would, like, walk back towards them, and then, like, walk back into the corner, but again, the problem there is that if you walk too close to them, like, setting up Clear Skies creates a deliberate boundary for where you can stand, because you can't, as you saw, get too close to the edge of Clear Skies, or else the radius of the explosion will hit you. And that's kind of the whole point of Clear Skies is to not get hit by the missiles or the machine guns. So you can't just walk around wherever you want. You have to stay towards the far end of Clear Skies. So you can't, if one of them walks off the screen, you can't walk back towards them. So I don't get it. Here I have to use, okay, yeah. After the first batch of Rippers are dead, now I can do what I did before, which is make a Tempest, and then create a Tempest, then walk forward to, like, activate them and hope that they jump into it. And again, and the key word there is hope, because as you can see, one of them did and one of them didn't. And there doesn't really seem to be any material difference between doing it or not doing it, in terms of, like, my behavior. Oh, now I'm just getting impatient. That's funny. What the fuck? Don't put on Summon Gunman, are you crazy? I forgot, okay, I forgot what boss I was fighting somehow, even though this is, like, the most important boss in the entire dungeon. So here's the other reason why floor 5 is, like, a problem. This is much less unfair than the double Frankenstein fight. Abaddon is just hard, and here he's actually giving me a pretty easy time, except there, when the bugs inexplicably go right through my tornado and hit me. Again, right there, it doesn't really make any sense to me at all, but what do I know? Fighting him on Charlotte is basically, like... Because the thing is that this is where the cooldown of Tempest becomes a problem, because there I actually didn't have time to make a new one, like, as soon as it was available, and, like, if he jumps between his bug casts, then that gives me time to, like, cool down and get another Tempest ready. But if he starts doing them rapid fire like that, then, like, I'll have a window where I can't make another Tempest by the time the bugs show up, so I have to actually try to dodge it. So fighting him on Charlotte is not really that fun, because you're very much at the mercy of his patterns and what he decides to do and decides not to do. And I think, what about Clear Skies? Clear Skies doesn't block the Locusts. That's the first thing I tried. Tempest does, and he's weak to slash damage, so Tempest also does a bunch of damage to him, which is why I was always doing it like right next to him, but the downside is that if he decides to just keep summoning bugs, then you're gonna run out of, like... He'll, like, summon bugs while the first Tempest is still, like, fading and you don't have time to cast another one. So that fight is also kind of RNG in a way that the Frankenstein fight... But it's less frustrating to me for some reason. Maybe it's just because I'm more used to Abaddon. And because, like, the Frankenstein boss... I don't know, man. Like... And plus, like... Abaddon's attacks are all dodgeable. Like, it's hard, but if you... Unless he fucks you. Unless he decides to put himself in a position. Because the way you have to dodge... The problem is the forward waterfall attack. Because that one, you have to be, like, behind him when he does it. And then go up against the wall. And sometimes if he's in a certain position, you literally can't do that. But aside from that one, like, all of Abaddon's attacks are dodgeable. They're just hard. With the Frankenstein boss, it's like, you can't react to an attack that you can't see. Like, you can't, like... And it's not like you can just, like, jump all the time, because that's how you lose track of where you are unless you get hit by the lightning attack. On normal, it barely matters because the lightning attack does, like, 22 damage to Charlotte. You'll notice, like, the only reason I took as much damage as I did in that room is because I fucked up my second Clear Skies. And I was getting hit by the explosion radius over and over again, but on hard mode, it's like a serious problem. So this fight was very interesting to do on Charlotte, because the way that this fight plays out on Jonathan is you have to make... I end up making very heavy usage of the super jump, because this fight is all about finding the correct route between the characters as they appear, between the characters that they create. And, Jesus fucking Christ on a cross. What an absolute shit show. But obviously Charlotte doesn't have a super jump, which means that her options are inherently limited. That shit right there should never happen. That shit right there, when I jump over him and he fucking turns around before I'm even, like, above him, should never, ever happen. And this is exactly what I was talking about in my hard mode video, where, like, the solution to Trevor when he walks towards you is to jump over him, and then he punishes you for jumping over him. Like, what the fuck is the matter with you? Like, what the hell is going on? And right there, like... I guess he didn't actually outplay me here the way that he does. It's hard mode where Trevor, like, straight up outplays me, and it's actually pretty funny to watch, but, like, it's so frustrating, because like... It just feels like there's no good solutions. And usually when I do this fight, I kill Sypha first, but Trevor was just such a fucking prick, and I just had to kill him first just to make the fight, like, playable. And then however much damage I took in the course of doing that was just like, whatever. Because Trevor is like the centerpiece of this whole fight. And Summon Gunman is good because it just hits along the floor, and all three of these things are weak to slash damage, so... That's probably where Summon Gunman is at its most useful, is during that fight, because it can just do fucking 628 damage at a time to Trevor, and Trevor only has 3,500 HP, or 3,800? 3,500? Whatever. Point is, he dies fast. And again, that's another thing where it's like, a big reason why it's such a problem is because I'm playing as Charlotte. Oh, this was a mistake. I forgot to take off Tempest before I walked into the room. Usually what I do before the Doppelganger fight is I'll adjust, because the Doppelganger has the abilities and the gear that you have when you walk into the room. And usually what I'll do with the Doppelganger fight is I'll give Jonathan, like, the cross and then, like, a whip, so that way fighting him is just like fighting Richter, which you didn't see in this run because it's a Jonathan thing, but if you watch my Jonathan videos, I fight Richter to get the upgraded Vampire Killer, and I pretty much know how to do that fight. And then with Charlotte, I'll just give her, like, an int boost or a strength boost, so all she really can do is melee me. And again, And if all the doppelganger is doing is meleeing you, then it's not that hard to just like bait them to one side of the room and then jump over them and then bait them to the other side and then jump over them. But here, the fact that she has Tempest means that she's like making it more complicated. Using Tempest to fight them actually, as you can see, is pretty smart because the doppelganger just walks at you the whole time. So using Summon Gunman, which was my first instinct, is actually not that good there. Even though the doppelganger is weak to slash damage, because they have a bad habit of just like walking past all the gunmen before they can actually get their shots off. Which incidentally is supposed to be the balancing factor for Summon Gunman. It's supposed to do like a ton of damage, but the delay and the relatively limited coverage is supposed to be what balances it. Obviously, in the Sypha Grant Trevor fight, Trevor is always walking along the floor, and he walks really slowly. So that's not really a. The downsides of Summon Gunman are not relevant there, but generally that's what's like supposed to happen. Or that's what's supposed to be the limitation of it. Man, I got really mad there. Sorry. I don't like being an angry gamer. I don't like, you know. Especially for a game like Portrait of Ruin that I actually think is pretty good. I don't want to like. One of my biggest regrets is the way that I did my commentary for Super Castlevania 4, which is irrelevant because nobody has ever watched those videos, but when I did a video about Super Castlevania 4, I was like really fucking hard on it, and I feel and now again I've kind of made the same mistake with Dawn of Sorrow, where I feel like Dawn of Sorrow, my opinion of it would have been a lot better if I had just played New Game Plus, like the game obviously wanted me to. So now I have all this like vitriol on my channel that I think in retrospect is not really warranted. And like the thing is that like it's totally unfair for me to shit talk the Grant Sypha Trevor fight because I can't do it on only Charlotte. Like you're not supposed to do it on only Charlotte, right? You're supposed to be utilizing the tools of both your characters. So it's purely an emotional thing. It's purely like me remembering how frustrated I was at the time, and I understand intellectually that these complaints are not really warranted, but those are just the feelings that I had at the time. And the feelings that I relive as I watch the footage. So, fighting Bronner on Charlotte doesn't really make any difference. Fighting Bronner on Charlotte or Jonathan doesn't really make a difference because the most important tool that you have for the Bronner fight is the Holy Lightning Dual Crush, which both Jonathan and Charlotte can use. And this right here is a big tactical misstep. You don't ever want to close distance with Bronner. I didn't really get this until I played the fight on Richter mode. But there's actually no reason to ever get close to Bronner. If you can fight him from as far away as possible, that's what you should do, because the Bronner fight goes in this sequence of he summons the painting, then he does this, which shoots like paint globules all over the place, which damage you, and then he does the painting. So that second part where he like throws the paint orbs all over the ground, that's the game's way of telling you, hey idiot, there's no don't get close to this guy because those paint orbs will damage you. So that's the game's way of trying to keep you away from him. And if you just fight Bronner at a safe distance, you never have to worry about that. So Holy Lightning, as you can see, invalidates this first stage of his cycle. And then if I just had Piercing Beam on and I was just like shooting him from far away, I wouldn't have to close distance. And it would be easier to me to get into positions of safety for that attack that he just did with the poison. Those things poison you if they hit you, the big wheel things. And that's his most dangerous attack, so the easier it is to get into position to avoid that, the better. His other two attacks are not really... This one's the easiest to dodge. The one where he summons like floating eyeballs can kind of be a problem, but it's really the rotating wheel poison attack that's dangerous. So even though I didn't really play that very well, I still no-damaged it just because of Holy Lightning. Holy Lightning completely erasing that first part of the fight is like what makes the biggest difference. And that's why I basically had to relearn the fight, or to put it more accurately, actually learn the fight when I fought him on Richter mode. Because I'd never really done it before that point. Oh shit, look at that. I really like this moment, actually. Alas is not the correct word to use there, because unless he's being sarcastic, I guess. Because alas is what you say when you're trying to say that something bad has happened. But Death is happy. Death should be happy that Dracula's coming back. So really, he should be saying yippee, and not alas. Also, I should mention this. You can do the order that I do this. I go the Nest of Evil, then I go back here to fight Bronner, then I go to Dracula. You can do Bronner first, then go to the Nest of Evil, but there's no reason to do that because Bronner actually doesn't give you any EXP. So on normal mode, when I can actually get EXP, as opposed to my other runs, doing the Nest of Evil makes more sense, because that way I'll be as strong as possible when I fight Bronner and then Dracula. And the Bronner fight on Jonathan and Charlotte, as you can see, is not that hard, but again, like with any boss fight, the faster it's over, the better, because that just gives you fewer opportunities to fuck up. And then on hard mode, I do the Nest of Evil, then Bronner, just for the sake of convenience, because as you can see, the end of the Bronner fight takes you right to the beginning of the Dracula fight. And here we're coming up on what is probably my favorite boss fight in the whole game. Not probably, definitely my favorite boss fight in the whole game. And I've already talked a lot about why I love this fight. But it is kind of more interesting on Charlotte, because Charlotte lacks the super jump, and that makes some stuff that happens in Phase 1 and some stuff that happens in Phase 2 a lot trickier, because now you no longer have, like, your get-out-of-jail-free card to... Because this fight is all about positioning. It's all about timing and positioning, and the stroke of brilliance to this fight is the fact that so much of what happens in it is actually under your control. Not everything. It's not like you can learn it by rote, but you are in charge, basically, of your success or failure in this fight, because the whole centerpiece of this fight is managing when Death attacks you, and you can trigger Death to attack you by walking underneath him. Like, that's up to you. That's not up to the game to do that. And you want to avoid situations exactly like what just happened there, which is where... Because you want to try to be able to jump over Dracula if you can during his attacks. A lot of the time you can't do that because he'll be up against a wall, but when he's not, you want to be able to jump over him to avoid that stuff entirely. And so you want to bait Death on the proper timing such that when Dracula actually starts his attack, Death is not there blocking you, and you also don't want to try to like dodge Death as he's moving towards you and try to dodge a Dracula attack at the same time. And what Charlotte does that's so interesting is that, or rather what she doesn't do that's so interesting, is that she doesn't have the super jump. And the super jump is kind of like... Well, first of all, it means she has to do this to avoid this attack, because otherwise she'll just get hit by it. But it also means that she'll get punished harder for fucking up the positioning stuff in the first phase, where it's like she can't... To be fair, you can't just like spam the super jump a lot in this fight anyway, because if you do that, then Death will eventually notice, and he'll hit you with like a horizontal scythe attack. So that's the game's way of preventing you from doing that. But there are still situations in the fight in general where, holy shit. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is why this fight is so good. Like, I fucking love that. That was such like quick thinking to do that. I fucking love it, dude. And it's over pretty fast, apparently. I kind of forgot that was the case. But the point is that she can't, like, she just doesn't have a tool that Jonathan has. And that's also the case during Phase 2 of Dracula, which is that Dracula has an attack where he'll, like, dash towards you. And Jonathan can super jump over it. But actually, Jonathan or Charlotte can also slide under him if you execute the slide on the correct timing. The problem is that the super jump is much, much easier to pull off. Whereas, because it doesn't have a timing component, you just have to do it before he hits you. But with this, if you want to slide under him, it's not enough to just like slide immediately. You have to slide at a particular point during his like telegraph. So it's a lot harder. This that was basically my fault. Normally, like, if something hits me from off the screen, I say fuck that was bullshit or whatever. But like, there's no reason. Because because here's the problem. I didn't want to wander back towards him, because I made the mistake of like trying to close distance with him after that fire attack before, and then it turns out he's winding up that attack, that like pile driver attack, so I'll end up like walking right back into it. So that's what I didn't want to do, but yeah, that's the slide. Yeah, that's the attack that you have to slide under. So I didn't want to walk into his pile driver attack, which is why I didn't want to close the distance, but it ended up fucking me because he ended up doing the scythe throw attack, which I can usually dodge no problem, but not if I can't see it, not if I don't know he's doing it. And the thing is that there's actually an audio cue for that attack, so I don't know if he was too far off the screen that I couldn't have heard it, or if I just didn't hear it. I feel like, I don't know. I don't feel like there's a... Is there like a distance requirement for audio cues like that? I actually don't know. But anyway, basically my fault. I think I could have played that better. Incidentally, I think I could have played that better is something I've never said about the Frankenstein fight. Which is why it's garbage and why this is well designed. Because if I fuck up, I'm like, oh, I see how I could have fixed that. But with the Frankenstein, it's like, you just got hit, haha. We just picked a pattern, which means that you just get fucked. Idiot. Again, if it wasn't for that fight, I would say this game... If it wasn't for the double Frankenstein room and the Nest of Evil, I'd say this game is probably like better than Aria of Sorrow. Well, almost. Almost. Both Aria of Sorrow and Portrait of Ruin end on a real high note. With Aria of Sorrow, it's the Julius fight. With this, it's the Dracula fight. The only thing about the Dracula fight I don't like is that spike attack. I've kind of already talked about that. Beautiful. Beautiful. God, I love seeing that. And I really wish this could have been a no damage. I really wish I hadn't fucked up the fucking scythe attack. But... Because this is actually the second Charlotte run that I recorded. The first one, I actually did no damage the entire Dracula fight. But I did another one because I didn't... At the time that I recorded that first Charlotte footage, I didn't know about Ice Needle on Agony. And there were a couple other things about it that I didn't really like. Like, I think the Nest of Evil was actually even worse in that first Charlotte run than it was here. And so I decided to do another one just so that way I could take advantage of Ice Needle and try to do the Nest of Evil a little bit better. It didn't... Doing the Nest of Evil a little bit better didn't really work out, of course. I still kind of got my shit pushed in by the Trevor Grant Sypha fight. Oh yeah, here I just used Greatest 5, because I could kind of smell blood. I could kind of tell that he was almost dead. Typically when Dracula starts doing like the spikes coming in from the side of the screen attack, he only seems to do that during like the second half of the fight, when he's close to death. And normally that's kind of why I'm worried about my MPs, because I don't want him to start doing that spike attack, and then for me to somehow not have the MP to use Spirit of Light to like push it back. Because you have to damage the spikes. If you don't damage the spikes enough, they just insta-kill you. So that's why I was worried about my MP and why I wasn't just like using Greatest 5 immediately. But once I could kind of tell that he was almost dead, and once I realized I had enough MP that using Greatest 5 wouldn't be that big of a deal, I just used it. And my instincts were correct. I had a feeling that he was one like Greatest 5 away from dying. So, I really wish that was a no damage, but oh well. Hey, I no damage the first phase. That's gotta be worth something. That line is a little bit awkward. I don't know, take full responsibility for what? They didn't really do anything wrong, they just kind of got mind-controlled by a vampire. Although actually, well, in Sisters mode, which is a mode that I'm not going to play because it's only controlled by the touchscreen and I'm playing on a laptop, I don't want to like trackpad around through Portrait of Ruin because the game's pretty fucking hard when you're playing it normally. In Sisters mode, you play as them, and they're like, I think the plot of Sisters mode is like you're going to the castle to try to rescue Eric, and then at the end he dies. Which is pretty cool, because it establishes that the sisters had magic powers before they got turned into vampires, because they're like floating around doing magic shit in Sisters mode. It's a prequel, it happens before this. And it would have been really cool, actually, to play like a real alternate mode where you play as them. You can actually like control them instead of like just floating around with the touchscreen, but oh well. Maybe it was like a Nintendo mandate. You have to utilize the touchscreen somehow in these games. Maybe it would have just been too hard to program, like, because there are 4 alternate modes in this game. I'm only gonna play 2 of them, but there are 2 more that I didn't touch for various reasons. So maybe it would have just been too hard to make like a real Sisters mode. Wonderful, a wonderful little ending. So that's Charlotte. That's Charlotte only for Portrait of Ruin. Messier, as you could see, than Jonathan only, because she's not generally as good as Jonathan. Um, but whatever. Still pretty fun. I think you know the real value of a Charlotte only run is kind of like the real value of a Sypha only run from Dracula's Curse, which is why they remind me of each other, which is that it clues you into the full extent of their capabilities. Because when I first played the game, as I've already talked about, I like didn't use Charlotte at all. Like I maybe used her like here and there for one or two things, but it's not until you force yourself to only use Charlotte that you actually realize what all Charlotte is capable of. And that makes it better if you were going to play through the game conventionally, which is swapping between the characters. Now you have a full understanding of each of their strengths and each of their capabilities, and you can take full advantage of them. So it's kind of like forcing yourself to learn something. That's kind of what a Charlotte only run is like. Not really as fun as playing as Jonathan, because Jonathan having the Mastered Shuriken really keeps the pace of the game up, and also playing only as Charlotte makes certain fights. It makes like the Trevor Grant Sypha fight a lot more frustrating, because you just don't have a tool that I think the game expects you to have. And the other thing about the Grant Trevor Sypha fight is that like it's very inconsistent. Like Trevor's behavior, it's like sometimes he lets you jump over him and sometimes he doesn't. And I think it's partially dependent on how damaged he is, which is why like usually killing Trevor first is a terrible idea, because the more damage Trevor takes, the more he'll start doing shit like jumping and like casting 1,000 blades and like throwing a huge shuriken. So it's usually a bad idea to do that, but I just couldn't see any other way to do it, because you can't like, it's just really hard for Charlotte to do damage to Sypha, because she has to get like right up close to her to cast Tempest, if you want to do good damage anyway. And it's like you're constantly, the more times you're up against a wall as Charlotte, the more chances you have to be in a position where you have no good options to move, because you have no super jump. So there might just be nothing for you to do that can avoid damage. So it just made sense to me to basically just try to burn Trevor down as fast as possible, so that way I could actually like play the game. Because Trevor is the thing that limits your options so much, because he forces you to move. I mean, Grant does the same thing, but he does it a lot more slowly, and he's also much easier to avoid because you can just go right under him. You can't just go right through Trevor. What you can do with Trevor is you can actually bait his jump when he starts jumping and then slide under him. But that, of course, comes with the problem of now you might be sliding into a Sypha petrification thing. Anyway, I will say this, at least the fight's interesting enough for me to talk about it, right? That's like the perfect fight difficulty, when it's hard enough that like you can kind of figure it out, but it's also hard enough that you have to really think about it and really strategize. And me. So that's the Charlotte run. I'm going to be uploading a level 1 max hard mode New Game Plus only Charlotte run after this. Hopefully I won't get as bad at that one as I did in my Jonathan video, but I suspect that I might. Amogus. Hope you guys enjoyed. Keep Earth rocking. Stay tuned for what's coming next. Bazinga!